Part 45. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 441. Looking at the red dot on the map, Wayne fell into deep thought. Let's be frank. He had considered killing the mustache before he came. If the new Empire Chancellery is the brain of Prussia, then the mustache Heidel is the brain of the Chancellery. His influence on this country is unmatched. If Heidel says to go east, the Blitzkrieg will not go west. If Heidel says to catch chickens, the SS will not dare to chase dogs. The prestige is so high and terrifying. As long as the mustache is killed, the war will continue. The war has already been fought, and it is going smoothly. There is no reason to stop. The difference is that others do not have Heidel's speaking ability and prestige. After taking office, they are not qualified to call themselves the head of state. At most, they are prime ministers. The speed of the Blitzkrieg has dropped sharply, and it can no longer achieve the arrogant record of sweeping the world. In this way, the impregnable defense line is impregnable, and the Franks no longer have to worry about the Prussians speaking loudly. In Wayne's opinion, whether the mustache lives or dies will not affect Prussia's final strategy, but without the mustache, the lightning chariot will not be able to run, let alone run fast. For the sake of world peace, the mustache can only be wronged and die halfway through his business. Wayne narrowed his eyes and decided to do it. Boss, you are not thinking about that, are you? Regina poked her head out and saw several red dots marked on the map, including the new Imperial Chancellery, and immediately guessed Wayne's idea. No. Boss, why do you look at me like that? I am loyal to you. Okay, Regina was very aggrieved. Bah, you Prussian traitor, I will shoot you on behalf of the country and the head of state. Wayne grabbed Regina's head and rubbed it twice, curiously said, as far as I know, the support rate of the little mustache head of state in Prussia is off the charts. As a Prussian, don't you want to persuade me? The support rate is high because all the disobedient ones are dead. Regina trimmed her hair. It was a night called the Long Knife. She was still an ignorant girl at the time. She didn't know what happened. Later, she heard her father mention it and understood it. Ah, you actually have a father. Not only that, I also have a mother and a sister. Awesome, Regina complained. That's not what I meant. I've never heard you mention it before. You are the boss and you don't care about your employees. Compared with Ottilia, I am a nobody, Regina said aggrievedly. Shut up, I'm the only one who can interrupt here. Wayne snorted coldly. The boss only needs to care about whether the secretary is good-looking and has strong business ability. Regina is so bored that she cares about the secretary's family situation. What Regina said is clearly a rebellious person who needs to be taught a lesson. Wayne waved his hand, and when Odelia came close, he spanked her twice, double this force for Regina. Odelia covered her mouth and laughed softly. Under Regina's resentful eyes, she raised her hand and slapped her 5 times in a row. Odelia, double is 4, you hit 5 times. I'm a history student, I'm not good at math, so it's understandable that I made a mistake. This is a math problem in elementary school. I've been bad at math since I was a child, so I studied history. The two secretaries bickered with each other every day, and Wayne secretly thought it was interesting. After watching for 5 minutes, he clenched his fist and coughed twice. Okay, stop arguing. Let me say something fair. Odelia is a history student, so it's understandable that she's not good at math. I knew it. Regina rolled her eyes. She was just a secretary. How could she compete with Nas? It was impossible to expect the boss to treat her equally. Regina, what does your father do? I remember you seemed to be a noble lady. Little noble, my ancestors were rich, but not anymore. Regina said, my father is a priest of the Prussian branch of the Church of Nature. My mother's family is in business. We can be considered as a group. Interesting, I'll go to your house for dinner some other day. Ah, this. What's wrong again? I'm the dignified high priest of the oracle. Can't I go to a priest's house for dinner? Wayne snorted twice. Boss, you may not believe me when I tell you this. Last time I went home and said I was going to work in London, my parents were very dissatisfied and insisted that I was deceived by a bad man in London. I couldn't explain it, so I just went on and said that I ran away from home in pursuit of love. Regina's voice became smaller and smaller. How filial. Wayne nodded and patted Regina on the shoulder. It's even more interesting. I'm going to eat this meal. Don't worry, given our relationship, I'll do my best to help you realize your boast. Regina looked devastated. Just think about it, when Wayne came to visit, there must be a commotion at home. Prussia has a big problem here. Your father is a district priest, you call him and tell him to keep a low profile recently, and don't let others use him as a scapegoat. Speaking of this, Wayne frowned. No, you can't call. Wait until I finish my mission and go to your house for dinner to call him in person. Boss, Nelson is the Pope's secretary, he won't be in trouble, right? Of course he won't be in trouble if he rebels. He can be whitewashed even if he really rebels. The only thing to worry about is that he can't control himself. Prussia's research project has a devil container. You are a succubus, you should know what I'm talking about. Hiss hiss hiss. Regina took a breath of cold air, and she couldn't help but panic because of her concern. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Not to mention that your father has been controlled, even if he has been transformed into a devil container, I can change him back with an operation. Wayne comforted. Added, the princess's operation is different from Senna's. Boss, you are so nice. Okay, stop here, Odelia wants to kill. Ah, I'm not, I don't. The two secretaries stared at each other, and Wayne continued to look at the map. Killing the mustache was one of his goals on this trip. It was a side quest. Because of the huge impact in the future, it must be done after completing the main quest. Main quest, gift from nature. Prussia's black technology is the world's first. The Secret Technology Development Bureau involves many taboo studies and reserves a large amount of experimental data, especially the magic modification alchemy of mechanical and flesh fusion. Wayne is determined to get it. What? The mission of the Father Church, the Devil Container and the Gate of Hell. That's also a side quest. There are two reincarnated angels in charge. As long as the problem is not serious, it should not be a big problem. Wayne has tested Hayes' combat effectiveness and believes that they are enough to complete the task. Night. Military restricted area in the suburbs, underground fortress. This place is the SS Logistics Support Department, Special Research Department, and the second research institute of the Secret Technology Development Bureau. Because the research and experiment are too dangerous, a small mistake will cause a large number of casualties, so it is far away from the city. Wayne knew this place because of his two followers August and Finn. They are officers of the SS and are specifically responsible for the Void Soldier plan. They had close contacts with the Oracle High Priest Voin of the Church of Nature. After Wayne turned the two into his followers, he learned a lot of information from their minds, including several secret bases of the Secret Technology Development Bureau. Prussia is very deep. The two followers lost contact after returning to Burrow. Wayne didn't know what happened. He made the worst plan. The two were found out about the nature of void life and were killed or imprisoned. Two insignificant dependents, gone is gone. Wayne has no idea of revenge, and is ready to follow the memories of the two and pack up all the data of the Secret Technology Development Bureau and take them away. It is estimated that at least 3 to 5 years of meditation and practice can be saved. The most important thing is the experimental data of mechanical ascension, which is applicable to the Pale Knight. If the data is reliable, The pale night can also usher in a strengthening. Beautyjuice.jpg. 2 kilometers outside the second research institute, the mountain wind is fierce. Wayne's eyes are shining, and his supervision takes in the surrounding sentries and secret sentries. He closes his eyes and draws a 3D topographic map in his mind, analyzes the location of the sentries and magic organs, and sorts out a sneak route. At this time, Wayne is wearing a set of SS uniforms, straightens the military cap on his head, and waves his hand to take out the shadow cloak from the portable space. Behind him are 2 secretaries who are also wearing SS uniforms, wearing pale vortex masks, blocking the mind from exploration, and unable to see their true faces. "Don't move around here, I'll be back soon." Wayne put on his cloak and disappeared. "If there is a very fierce battle inside, make some noise and run away after the fight. Don't hesitate." As he spoke, Wayne disappeared. Odelia shuddered and turned her head to look behind her. There was nothing. "What's wrong?" Regina asked curiously. "Nothing." "Tisk, did the boss touch your butt after he became invisible? You know all this." "Nonsense, you two feed me dog food every day, how could I not guess it?" Regina was unhappy. The single dog suffered a 10,000-point critical hit. She felt that the whole world was against her. She pouted and said, "Of course I know, because I was touched just now." "Hee hee. Asshole, can't you believe it?" Wayne wore a shadow cloak and easily entered the institute. The bunker was connected in all directions, with 2 golden mages in charge. The security prevention mechanism was far higher than that of the same type of institute in Osteria. The stricter the defense, the more important the research project, and the more precious the stored data. Wayne was secretly delighted, walked around the office area, skillfully opened the safe in the warehouse, and copied all the file information in his mind. The second research institute was in charge of the Void Soldier research project. There was no information about the Devil's Container. After Wayne had eaten all the information, he walked around the laboratory and the arsenal, and left after confirming the terrain. Next, it was the third and fourth research institutes. Through these 2 research institutes, Wayne obtained important research data such as magic aircraft, individual weapons, and hell refining, but he got nothing for the mechanical ascension that he cared about most, and he couldn't find the research institute of the Devil's Container. As expected of a rigorous Prussian, he said that special projects should be special projects, and resources should be concentrated without internal consumption. Wayne led 2 secretaries back to the city. In terms of level, mechanical ascension and the Devil's Container are highly confidential, and it is no exception if they cannot be found by following the clues. He had plenty of time, and there were still a few marked points on the map. He would continue to check tomorrow night. There was a good saying in chicken soup that persistence is victory. As long as he persevered, he would definitely become the best better. The 3 returned to the hotel, and the morning light was about to clear up. They had no need for sleep, and they were full of energy after sitting for a while. "Boss, where are we going during the day? Do we need to contact Dilda and Hea?" Odelia asked. "No, wait for them to come to us. If they don't come, we'll just pretend we don't know each other." Wayne shook his head slightly. When he was out in the enemy's base camp, he had to keep a low profile without knowing the details. This monster was obviously super strong but overly cautious. Wayne stood by the window and said, "I came here to find my relatives. It doesn't matter whether I find them or not. The playboy's personality must be stable. I'll go out and spend money during the day and buy you 2 more clothes." As soon as the voice fell, he saw from afar that under the dim sky, several military cars drove over, parked right downstairs of the hotel. The car door opened, and the soldiers, armed with live ammunition and wearing SS uniforms, rushed into the hotel gate under the leadership of the leading officer. "Are they coming to find me?" Wayne looked strange and wondered. "I remember that Prussia's intelligence system was terrible. Has this setting been modified? He didn't think he was exposed, so he decided to act just in case. Someone is checking the room. You two, take off your clothes and get into bed. Wayne waved his hand. 2 minutes later, clothes were scattered all over the floor. Wayne was lying in bed with two secretaries on his left and right. The two secretaries had messy hair, looking like cattle and horses who were forced to work overtime by an unscrupulous boss last night. Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked at a high speed, and the soldiers shouted loudly. The temporary inspection required the people in the room to open the door quickly. In the corridor, several guests were awakened by the fierce knocking on the door. They opened the door angrily and shouted. Why are they arguing before dawn? Everyone still has to go to work. Seeing the familiar SS uniform, he closed the door in shame, just as if nothing happened. When the SS is doing things, idle people should stay away. These days, no, any year, the tiger skin of the SS is very deterrent. Here you are, disturbing the peace so early in the morning. When did the country become like this? Wayne opened the door with sleepy eyes, and saw the cold faces outside the house. He was no longer sleepy. Hello, sir, is there anything I can do for you? Temporary inspection, where are your ID cards? What are you doing in Borough? The leading officer had a frosty face, as if he could not smile since birth. Looking for relatives, looking at the business environment. Wayne brought out the prepared lines. The officer took the ID card, frowned tightly, compared Wayne's face, and said coldly, there are two ladies in the room. Registration form. Yes. The officer walked into the room with two younger brothers, saw the messy bedroom, and the two female secretaries who had just put on their clothes but had messy hair, and they all fell into silence. A man with women on both sides can attract the hatred of the same sex wherever he goes. Depending on the situation, there are exceptions for London sometimes. The officer checked Odelia and Regina's ID, asked a few more questions, and confirmed that they were correct. He then led the team to knock on the doors of other guest rooms. They worked for a full hour and left when it was completely light. Pack your things. We can't live here anymore. Wayne stood by the window and watched the convoy go away. It seemed like a routine inspection, but he was the first to knock on his door. If it was a coincidence, he personally didn't believe it. From this perspective, checking other guest rooms later was a bit of a cover-up. The two secretaries didn't say anything. They simply packed their luggage and got into Wayne's shadow cloak. The door of the guest room was blown open by the wind, and the three people disappeared. 5 minutes later, several more officers arrived. The leading man had stiff features and a sinister look. He looked very awkward and uncoordinated. If you look at him for a long time, you will have a kind of uncanny valley effect. He looked at the empty guest room and tightened the leather gloves in his hands, collect the team and continue the investigation. Why was it exposed? It shouldn't be. At the corner of the street, Wayne led two secretaries aimlessly, and all three faces were updated with disguises. Hearing Wayne's complaints, Odelia said, "Boss, is it that Dilda and Haya were exposed? What does their exposure have to do with me? We are not the same kind of people, and we don't use the same batch of documents. Besides, they won't report me." Wayne didn't quite understand. If you say that the same batch of documents were used, I believe it. After all, this is Prussia, there are containers at the level of the Devil King, and the local clergy of the church are not trustworthy. The documents were exposed as soon as they were approved. Speaking of this, Wayne shook his head speechlessly. This might really be the reason. If I remember correctly, before leaving, Dilda handed him a document, which was prepared by the Papal States. The Papal States could only prepare Prussia's documents through the local Prussian church, and it was exposed at this time. It cannot be said that the Papal States is not cautious enough, it can only be said that they are too arrogant. At this point, Wayne did not say anything, and said directly, "Let's go to the church to find those two bastards. If they don't give an explanation today, such as compensating a holy spear of heaven, this matter is not over. Boss, they have been exposed. Is it appropriate to go now? We are also exposed. Somewhere in Burrow, a small church." After the third disguise, Dilda and Hea looked solemn. The two looked at each other for a moment. Dilda said, "We are exposed. The clergy here are not trustworthy. We can only rely on us next. The two arrived yesterday afternoon and acted according to the plan. They were low-key and did not alarm anyone. As a result, the church where they stayed was inspected. The surprise inspection was obviously aimed at them, so they had to give up their identities and change a new face. Can the previous plan still be used? It's okay to modify it, but you need a new identity." Dilda frowned and thought, "Change your thinking. Since we are exposed, why don't we hide anymore? We should attract attention openly and let Wayne investigate secretly. He has been operating in secret, and his current identity is still safe." As he was talking, Wayne followed the smell and walked in. "Not very realistic. I am also exposed here." Wayne shrugged and looked at the new faces of the two. If the original tall and handsome man can get 100 points like him, the fake face after the disguise can still get a high score of 80. Is this how you two pretend to be ugly? What about the strength? Can't you let go of the idle burden? Wayne looked at Hea, with an 80-point face and a 100-point devil figure. Walking on the street, she still has a very high rate of turning heads. It's very puzzling. He remembered that the aesthetics of heaven were not like this, or did Hea think that the 80-point and 100-point aesthetics of normal humans were both 0 points in her eyes? In fact, after Hea awakened, she always thought she was an ugly girl. Wayne tilted his head. It seemed that this was really possible. In terms of appearance, angels are all about appearance. They use the aesthetics of heaven before reincarnation and the aesthetics of humans after reincarnation. They do not allow themselves to be uglier than humans, and have long had arrogance written into their bones. Hexunio/Mona, Archibald, Dilda, Hea, and even Tanker Kerr, all of them are at the ceiling level of appearance. After awakening, their aesthetics gradually returned to heaven, and humans were all two-legged freaks in their eyes. Thinking of this, Wayne decided to go back and ask Hexunio, is he ugly because he struggles so fiercely every time? If so, he also has a shape that conforms to the aesthetics of heaven. Wayne, you are exposed too, Dilda said in surprise. Thanks to you. Wayne told his guess and wondered, logically, I have changed a new ID, and my identity name has all changed. If I am exposed, I will not be found so early. It can't be because Prussia's black technology is the best in the world, and there are surveillance cameras installed all over the streets, and there are also face recognition functions. The three looked at each other. Hea said, anyway, it's all exposed. Let's revise the plan. There are a lot of devil minions in Burrow. The church forces here have been controlled by the devil. We will split into 3 groups and review the intelligence as quickly as possible. After confirming that it is correct, we will return to the Papal States. Not right. All the intelligence we got before came from the local church forces. Since they have been controlled, it means that the places that need to be investigated are ambushes. Wayne shook his head lightly. Going there is equivalent to walking into a trap. Isn't that better? Let's see what surprises they have prepared. Hea smiled. Makes sense. Wayne nodded secretly. He had guessed what the surprise was. With the old-fashioned Prussians, the surprise could only be a devil container, which happened to be within the scope of investigation. But in this way, we can't investigate further and get more information. Dilda looked at Wayne and pondered, how about Hea and I break into the trap and you continue to ambush in the dark? Failable. Wayne nodded. There are still several research institutes waiting for him to visit tonight. This move is just what he wants. By the way, has your semi-finished Philosopher's Stone been repaired? Not yet, but it will be soon. Well, Hea and I will postpone the action for a few days and try to create a good opportunity for you to get into the devil. If you say so, the Philosopher's Stone has been repaired. The longer the night, the more dreams there are. You and the Walking Lust can act tonight. X2. I think the plan is feasible. We have brains, force, and beauty. That's it. Wayne made the decision. That makes sense. Dilda glanced at Hea. Asshole, what are you looking at? Do you think I'm lustful? Hea was furious. Wayne also said. Shut up. The three discussed the specific implementation links. Dilda took out the map and pointed. With more people, they quickly finalized a detailed plan. According to previous intelligence, here and here are the most likely places for the Devil's container to appear. Tonight, I and the Walking, Hea. Failure is 80% inevitable. I and the Walking Hea will try to make a bigger noise. Wayne, you collect evidence on the other side. Don't worry about the two of us. As long as we don't encounter the arrival of the Demon King, we can deal with any enemy. Dilda. Wayne looked strange. What's wrong? Do you know that you often say things that lead to the annihilation of the team? Wayne was speechless, and he opened his mouth to collect emergency boxes. This is no longer a pig team made, but a team annihilation engine. Is there? Are you thinking too much? I hope so. I wish you good luck. Wayne waved his hand and left. The two reincarnated angels were too unlucky, making the church a little evil. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time, lest he also get the bad luck. Boss, are those two guys okay? Regina looked back at the church and said worriedly. It should be okay. Odelia was a little unsure. Then it's okay, Wayne said with certainty. Looking at the increasing number of SS troops on the street, as if forming a kind of encirclement, Wayne had a foreboding premonition. Is it coming for us again? Is there really a surveillance system like Skynet? Let's go to the research institute yesterday. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Let's gather our strength and do something big tonight. Wayne led the two secretaries into the corner and took the sewer instead. He wanted to see if there were any screws and craftsmen wrapped in oil paper in the sewer. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 442. Night, cold moon. Today, Borobi is much more lively than usual. Many SS members appeared on the street, wearing neat uniforms and walking in a hurry, as if they were catching some important criminals. After enthusiastic passers-by provided clues, nothing was found. In the barren mountains on the outskirts of the city, the Secret Technology Development Bureau, the first research institute. In the woods 2 kilometers away, Wayne put on a shadow cloak. Don't move here, don't make any noise even if there is a fight, and wait for my orders. The protagonist tonight is not him, but Hea and Dilda. It is rare to have two active cannon fodders to step on the mines. He will not choose to fight unless necessary. Making a fortune in silence is the kingly way. Understood. X2. After Wayne disappeared, Regina exclaimed softly, covering her butt with a horrified face, Odelia, tonight is real, I didn't lie. Well, I know. Odelia nodded calmly. How do you know? Last night you falsely accused the boss of touching your butt, and he was very upset when he found out, so. Wait a minute, why did the boss know? I told him. Odelia raised her eyebrows and said favorably, he is a man who hates evil and is soft-hearted. He knew that his secretary was lying, but he couldn't bear to punish her, so he simply let the lie come true, and you didn't lie. Regina rubbed her butt, suspecting that she was a part of the love game between this couple. On the other side, the shadow cloak is invincible. It is a treasure passed down from generation to generation by the Pope of the Dark Church. Wayne put on the cloak and easily completed the infiltration. A proper infiltration is not an infiltration that kills all witnesses. Office rightward arrow, archives rightward arrow, safe rightward arrow, laboratory. Wayne went through the process with ease, put on his pants and was about to leave. At this moment, a team of SS sergeants came to the first research institute. The person in charge personally greeted them, and the two golden mages in charge were also squatting in their offices. What a great prestige, this guy seems to have some value. Wayne stopped, hid in the shadow cloak, and looked at the leading officer. The man was dressed in an officer's uniform, with an upright posture and meticulously combed hair. His facial features were firm and deep, his nose was high, he had a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle, and his face with clear lines exuded a sense of majesty without anger. Looking at the shoulder badge, the rank is district captain. Don't think it's worthless when you hear the captain. The SS is the direct line of the head of state, which is roughly equivalent to the central army of someone. The district captain has a high gold content. Compared with the contemporary Wehrmacht, it is roughly equivalent to a senior colonel. One step further is a major general. August and Finn, who were contaminated by Wayne, were called generals by Weaving, but they were not. It was just a compliment to the project leader. Strictly speaking, they could only correspond to lieutenant colonels. General Christian, please come this way. The person in charge, Rower, opened the way in front and took Christian into the laboratory. The laboratory is located dozens of meters below the bunker. It is divided into 3 floors and has 2 dedicated elevators. Wayne had explored it before. The lowest floor is the transformation room of the Devil container. It is empty and no experiments have been carried out. The truly valuable data and information are locked in the safe in the archive room, and Wayne copied a copy. The elevator roared to the 3rd underground floor. The person in charge, Logo ER, put on a white coat and turned on the power with a group of researchers. The lights came on, illuminating the entire underground space. In an instant, the air was filled with an indescribable smell of fishy and sulfur, as if it was a stench coming from deep underground. The surrounding walls were covered with various strange symbols and patterns, which flickered with faint light under the lights, and were mottled and very strange. Hello Logi. In the center of the laboratory is a huge black stone platform. The ground around the stone platform is engraved with complex magic circles, and various strange instruments and test tubes are placed. As the power was turned on, the researchers operated the instruments, and the strangely colored liquid in the test tubes kept bubbling and making gurgling sounds. Christian looked at everything around him with satisfaction and ordered his men to bring up a black briefcase. After opening it, there was a tube of black and red blood inside. General, did you find it? Logo ER was overjoyed. Yes, this tube is the devil's blood. According to the church's documents, it is the blood of a certain devil's descendant in the world. It is very precious. I spent a lot of effort to buy it, Christian said proudly. Logo ER was excited to see the prey, and he rubbed his hands impatiently. He pushed his glasses and said, General, where is the suitable experimental subject? Have you brought it? I am. Ah, this. Logo ER's heart sank. He didn't dare to joke with Christian's life. If something really happened, he, the person in charge, would be responsible. What's wrong? Can't I? General, I'm quite straightforward, I hope you don't mind. Roll smiled bitterly and said, we have conducted 3 experiments on you before, and we are very sure that you don't have the ability to become a vessel for the Demon King. Your loyalty to the Führer deserves recognition, and your mental perseverance deserves praise. After all, not everyone can survive 3 times intact. Speak to the point, Christian interrupted unhappily. No means no, this tube is the blood of the descendants of the Demon King, it is very dangerous, and it is different from the previous 3 times. If you fail, your life will be in danger, Logo ER advised. Save Christian, and save yourself. We are about to launch a full-scale war against Frank. Frank is different from other countries. The Führer needs me, and I am willing to sacrifice my life for him, Christian said coldly. Colleagues were promoted one by one and were reused, but he was the only one who was neither promoted nor demoted. The reason was that the SS did not keep idle people, and being incompetent was the original sin. To get promoted and reused, loyalty alone was far from enough. He needed strength, the strength to make himself proud. But there is nothing to but, they all succeeded, and I can do it too. Christian took off his shirt, revealing a strong body covered with sutures. He stuffed a tube of devil's blood into Roll's hand and said toughly, I have written the suicide note. If it succeeds, the credit is yours. If I lose, it is my own fault. Do you think the people above will read your suicide note? Roll's heart was half cold. Under Christie's eagle-eyed gaze, he had no choice but to lead the team to start the blood exchange ceremony. While starting the ceremony, he said, General, please think about it again. We haven't determined which devil this tube of blood came from, whether it is the Devil King. What if the record of the church is wrong? Shut up, start directly. I have already gambled my life, I am not afraid. What are you afraid of? Because you gambled my life too. Roll's old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum, knowing that things cannot be violated. He only prayed for God's blessing, and Christian must get what he wants to become a perfect Devil King container, and still alive, otherwise he will go to hell with him. Roll, I am so smart, going to hell is equivalent to aiding the enemy. God, you don't want to see hell becoming stronger, right? Roll took the black robe handed by the researcher, and a birdbeak-shaped gas mask, looking like a plague doctor, with a retro evil beauty. The two golden wizards were not present, they were on guard in the laboratory on the first floor to prevent anyone from breaking in and interrupting the experiment. Wayne stood silently behind the crowd, observing the transformation experiment at close range. Judging from the posture, it was not the same routine as Windsor's devil container. Although Wayne has killed many demons, he has never actively developed a demon container. The data and information all come from the headquarters of the Ministry of Magic in Windsor and begging for alms everywhere. His theoretical knowledge is very solid. It can be seen that the process of Windsor making demon containers is very gentle, and the main focus is on fate. That is, I am only responsible for dancing the gods. It is the devil's business whether to respond or not. If the devil does not respond, I will call him next time. Prussia's operation is completely opposite. He rushed straight to the devil's castle with a door-breaking hammer, shouted open the door, SS, and then forced the devil to press the blood handprint. It's really a bit extreme. One is praying, and the other is forcibly summoning. Wayne has nothing to do, so he decided to see what kind of moth they can come up with. The researcher took his position, the power supply started, and after the huge sound of electric current, the mechanical device buried underground roared and operated, providing energy for the activation of the magic circle. This is what Wayne said about extreme. People invite the devil to come, all for good cigarettes, good wine, and good girls. When we got to Prussia, the main attraction was a cyber incense burning. There was not even a pure virgin. How could it attract the arrival of the devil? The devil came to see you show off your LEDs. Amid Wayne's complaints, the roaring geothermal energy was converted into mechanical energy, and then into electrical energy. The magic circle was fully charged, and the hot temperature gradually dropped. The air was filled with a depressing and weird atmosphere. A cold wind blew from nowhere, bringing a creepy whistling sound, as if something terrible would come out of the ground at any time. Christian lay on the stone platform, his limbs bound by iron hoops. Hearing the weird whistling sound, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Roll, the previous experiment didn't seem to make such a big noise. What's the reason? General, I don't know the reason either. While it's still not too late, Why not give up role advised for the last time? General. Go on. Christian thought for a moment and was determined to pursue power. Loer thought this was an ominous sign, but he didn't think so. It's a good sign. It must be a good sign. At the corner, Wayne blew the wind with his mouth, sending out a good sign. Seeing that Christian was determined to drag him to death, Loer raised his hand and drew a cross on his chest. After the magic circle was charged, he divided the devil's blood into 6 tubes and injected it into the syringe. 5 researchers were called in to surround Christian for artificial injection. Respecting the background of the times, there is no such thing as automatic injection these days. After the blood injection, Christian's skin hardened quickly, the epidermis blackened like the stratum corneum, the red blood vessels bulged, and his eyes turned fishy yellow. The pupils shrank into vertical lines, and the intense pain swept through his body, making him wail and scream. Loer ignored him and led the researchers to quickly evacuate the magic circle area. Once the ritual started, it could not be stopped, no matter how loudly Christian shouted. If they continued, they might still survive, but if they stopped, they would die. As Loer activated the switches one by one, the colorful liquids in the test tube surged like boiling water, the pungent smell of sulfur became stronger, the instruments around the magic circle roared, and various liquids dripped into the grooves of the magic circle. In an instant, the entire magic circle emitted a black light, and billowing black smoke rose up. What a strong energy reaction, maybe it really works. Loer was overjoyed. He saw a fluctuating face in the black smoke, each of which was deeply sinful, which was a manifestation of the 7 deadly sins. As long as the magic circle stabilizes Christian's body and allows it to successfully merge with the devil's blood, a new and easy-to-use container can be formed. And it is more powerful than the previous containers. There is no mistake, that's it. At the corner of the wall, Wayne fanned the black smoke, blowing out a series of ups and downs of faces. He has always been good at adding special effects. Ah! In the billowing black smoke, a pair of fishy yellow eyes opened, and a terrifying pressure descended. A strong wind swept across, and a visible shock wave spread, shattering the test tubes and knocking down the instruments. All the researchers fainted under this blow. Christian on the stone platform broke free from the iron hoop, his legs remained unchanged, his upper body was stronger, his muscles were tangled, and his hedgehog-like long hair dragged on the ground. The black face had hideous features and fishy yellow eyes, turning into an evil ghost polluted by hell. There was no hell-style mask, no flaming red lips and pale skin. From the perspective of experts, Christian's evolution was undoubtedly a failure. Half human, half ghost, he was nothing. Throwing him into hell was just cannon fodder. Christian himself didn't think so. He clenched his fists, and his sharp nails pierced the skin of his palms. He felt the tiles. This is power. He became it. Who is it? Sensing a shadow flashing in the corner, Christian turned around abruptly, his glowing yellow eyes pulled 2 residual lights, and his throat growled as if he wanted to eat people. Christian was stunned when he saw this. No one. To be precise, there was a human head floating in the corner. There was no body or limbs, and the limbs below the neck were amputated, just a head floating in the air. Wayne pulled down his hood and said with a serious face, "Such a powerful force, even I am ashamed of myself. Which devil has descended to the world? If the head of state sees you, he will definitely make you an air marshal on the spot." Ha ha ha. Christian did not get the power of hell and was infected with the devil's disease. Hearing this, he laughed arrogantly and pointed at Wayne and said, "You have a good eye, but unfortunately, the first person to appreciate this perfect figure should be the head of state. You are not qualified. I will crush you with my own hands. Even if you kill me, you have seen it, and the head of state is destined to pick up what I have used. Is that right?" Roar, roar, roar. Christian raised his arms and rushed forward, his toes stepped on the ground, his fists tore through the wind and screamed, rushing straight to Wayne's face. Pa! Hea crushed the magic puppet in front of her with one foot, and behind her was a mountain of garbage. She looked at the gray space in front of her and frowned immediately. Soon after Wayne left the church, a large number of SS soldiers surrounded the church. They were all ordinary people. Dilda and Hea didn't want to get involved, so they left easily before the encirclement was formed. Next, they were repeatedly discovered when hiding, and it was not until they were far away from the city that things got better. The city of Poro was shrouded in an unknown force, which was very unfriendly to outsiders, especially the 3 reincarnated angels on the wanted list. Wherever they went, they would be closely watched, and they couldn't hide even if they changed their appearance. Realizing this, Dilda and Hea did not move around in the city, silently memorized this important information, and moved around outside the city. At night, the two rushed into the city at the fastest speed and rushed directly to a welfare home marked in the intelligence. The welfare home funded by the Heavenly Father Church was used to take in homeless children, teach theology, and cultivate them into the most pious people of the Heavenly Father. In the correct intelligence provided by the local church, this welfare home was a bit weird, and clergy often disappeared for no reason. There were also rumors that strange and peculiar figures were seen, and it was recommended to conduct an in-depth investigation. The plan to sneak in failed, so Dilda and Hea changed to force their way in head-on. They knew it was a trap, but they still rushed in head-on. After passing through a layer of space barrier, what appeared in front of the two was a puppet army of more than 1,000 people, with average combat effectiveness, and they were quickly torn into pieces. Hea punched a passage with her fist and passed through the second layer of barrier. The gray world made her hesitate. Projection of the Abyss. The Abyss is located under Hell and is the paradise of the 7 demon kings. Each demon king built a magnificent palace in the Abyss, from arrogance to lust, so it is also called the 7 Abysses. Among them, the most famous is the 7th Abyss paradise created by the Lord of Lust. It is said that there are countless beautiful and enchanting succubi there, with layers of checkpoints and tight defense. The bottom boss is the succubus's master, the Lord of Lust. So far, no man with a penis can stand out from the 7th Abyss. Those who walked out lying down also left serious psychological trauma, abstained from sex and desire, and lost worldly desires from then on. It is hard to say whether it is true or not. It has been heard, and the possibility is not high. As a reincarnated angel, Hea once fought in hell with the army. He saw the abyss from a distance, but did not know much about it. He only knew that the abyss was located below hell and was the dead zone of hell. In that battle, the 7 demon kings retreated to the abyss, and the angel army could not capture it, so they had no choice but to give up the grand strategy of annihilation. They won the battle, but did not achieve the strategic goal. As a second choice, they sealed hell in all directions to ensure that the devil could not touch the world. Judging from the subsequent performance of the seal, it was sealed, but not completely sealed. Suddenly seeing the abyss again, Hea was entangled whether to go in and take a look. Bang! Dilda folded her wings and landed on the ground, holding the holy spear of heaven and standing side by side with Hea. She frowned and said, "It's so familiar. I seem to have seen this scene somewhere. The 7th abyss feels familiar to you, which means you are about to awaken." WW Diamond Suit Kano. Speaking of awakening, Hea couldn't help but think of Wayne and was quite concerned about the stigmata on his tongue. In principle, it was impossible for the figure of that adult to overlap with Wayne, so she refused to say it and rejected it from the bottom of her heart. But if it's true? Thinking of Wayne calling herself Walking Lust, Hea felt helpless and hoped that he would wake up as soon as possible, change his mind and regain his former glory, so that everyone could forget this bad black history. 7 Abyss, I seem to have heard this name before. Dilda's scalp felt itchy, and she felt a dull tingling sensation in her skull, as if something flashed past her. Hea looked at the scene happily and asked, "It seems that you are about to remember who you are." "Yes, this is a good start. In front of you is the projection of the abyss, and there may also be the projection of the devil. There is a certain danger. You want to go in and have a look?" Dilda nodded, and his intuition told him that if he went in, he would be able to think of his true name and awaken the memory of heaven. "Let's go, we're here. Being scared away by the devil is not the way we angels should be." Hea stretched her wings behind her back, her eyes turned golden, and she was ready to fight tonight to completely destroy this abyss projection. The holy spear of heaven was raised high, and the golden light split the darkness, crushing the screams and clearing a path straight to the end of the abyss. Dilda spread his wings and followed closely, spreading the holy flames of the golden rule around his body, and his aura gradually moved closer to Hea. Facing the pressure of the abyss, his memory began to awaken. The first research institute, 3 underground floors of laboratories. Wayne raised his hand to catch Christian's punch, and raised his other hand to send the shadow cloak wrapped around his body to the portable space. At this moment, Christian saw clearly that what he was fighting was not a human head, but a human magician. "Who are you to break into the Institute's bunker?" Christian was keenly aware that he had caught a spy. "It doesn't matter who I am, the key is you." "Such a powerful punch, I can't resist it." Wayne looked shocked. "Ha ha ha." Christian was arrogant for a moment. "Intruder, this is what I should say. If you can take my fist, you will definitely not be an unknown person in the world. Say your name, and I will leave you a tombstone." "Bruce." "Bruce, right? I guess you must be a spy sent by Frank." Christian narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me, really don't tell me, it's only a few hundred kilometers away from the truth." Wayne secretly said something bad. He was kind enough to tease the fool, but the fool said that he had the blood of Genbeki. This was not about repaying kindness with enmity. He was too lazy to continue being bored, so he waved his hand and punched out. The afterimage flashed, the edge of the punch tore Christian's chest, and 5 fingers were heard behind him. Christian lowered his head stiffly, his neck and spine making the sound of bone friction. He couldn't believe that the strength he was proud of was as fragile as paper. What about the promised promotion and promotion to become the right-hand man of the head of state? "I will help you fulfill your wish, in my name, Christian." Hearing his voice, Christian looked up blankly, and saw a face exactly like his own. There was a pain in his chest, and Christian was wrapped in large sheets of foam. Wayne read Christian's memory and confirmed his identity, which he was very satisfied with. At that time, Kidra was not yet the head of state, nor was he a mustache. He gained a reputation as a maniac of speeches in the bar, which attracted dissatisfaction from the authorities. Kidra led a march in protest. Christian, who was still a young man, admired him very much and joined the protest team, blocking a shot for Kidra. This shot marked the beginning of his official career. At the same time, it also made Christian particularly dissatisfied with his own weakness. He wanted to gain strong power and be worthy of being reused by the head of state. Be rational when chasing stars. Your thoughts are wrong. Wayne transformed into Christian. After looking at his new form, he felt it was too ugly. He put the half-finished Philosopher's Stone into his chest and transformed into several powerful and domineering shapes. Each one is quite devilish. It's not that interesting. After thinking for a moment, Wayne returned to his human form without deciding on his final form. Christian doesn't know much about the high-level devil container, and it's not convenient for him to make alms next if the shape is determined now. Just in case, we'll see what happens when the time comes. Dilda, Hea, the plan has changed. I have found another way to penetrate the devil. You can stop. Wayne muttered and waved his hand to sweep away a gust of wind. When the researchers woke up, he raised his arms and laughed heartily. "Ja. I'm done. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 443. The researchers were swept up by the strong wind and smashed against the wall behind them, and they woke up screaming in pain. The person in charge, Roar, shook his head. The back of his head hurt and his head was buzzing. He tried hard to recall and figure out what happened. Hearty laughter rang in the ears, and the whole place was messy. Christian raised his arms and laughed wildly beside the stone platform. The sutures on his body twisted with the tight muscles, and the whole person seemed to have lost his mind. Only then did Roar remember that at the end of the ceremony, strong energy erupted from Christian's body, and strong winds swept across, destroying the scene and knocking everyone unconscious. Before falling into coma, Loer still thought that the ceremony would probably fail. Looking back now, Christian is full of energy and his laughter is much more wild than before. It is obvious that he is successful. Roll, I'm done. Congratulations, General, this is nothing short of a miracle. Roar picked up the shirt and military uniform, respectfully brought them to Wayne, and said carefully, General, how do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? If so, be sure not to hide it. We will give you a full body examination. No, I'm fine, and... Wayne put on his shirt and military uniform, and clenched his fists loudly. Did you see it? This is Bao Wa, the Bao Wa I dream of. General, you are somewhat extreme. Roar said no more, knowing that this was a normal reaction to suddenly gaining great power. Christian wanted to make progress more than anyone else, so there is nothing wrong with going to extremes. General, a full body examination must be carried out. This is a rule. Only when the data is collected will the head of state know that you are different from what you used to be, and will he re-employ you, right? That makes sense. Where is the boxing machine? I'm going to hit 10 of them. Wayne put his hands on his hips and laughed, performing a very penetrating interpretation of a violent maniac who suddenly gained strength and lost the ability to carry a few pounds. No one suspects that Christian has been impersonated. There are 2 golden mages sitting on the first floor. Not even a fly can fly in, let alone a living person. The change in personality can also be explained by the fact that the devil's container was affected by the 7 deadly sins. Roll did not notice the difference and said enviously, General, you have gained the power you dreamed of. With your status, you will definitely be commended by the head of state in person. Wayne's eyes lit up, and he was worried about sneaking in, when an opportunity came to his door. Hitler was very busy. As the brain of the entire Prussia, his schedule was full. Even if an ordinary SS district captain was lucky enough to become a devil's container, he would not be qualified to be summoned by him in person. Christian was different. He blocked a shot for Heidel, but he was not reused because of his average personal ability. Now that he has the ability, Heidel will not neglect this old subordinate. He will commend him in person and entrust him with important tasks. It will become a good story when word spreads. But first, the report must be submitted, and the process must be followed step by step until the new Reich Chancellery. General, I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry yet. The researchers responsible for the statistics have taken a break, and the report will not be available until at least tomorrow night. Calling them to work overtime, the country is booming and reaching new heights. How can they sleep at this juncture? Wayne's eyes widened. Whoever doesn't work overtime tonight is disloyal and is a criminal of the country. I will shoot him on behalf of the country and the head of state. Abyss projection space. A huge dark castle stands at the end of despair. The outline of the castle is looming in the dim firelight. The stones on the wall are covered with twisted cracks. They are written with the words of the 7 deadly sins Divine Comedy, which means the source of countless sins and pain. The castle is suspended at the end of the darkness, and the pillars are aligned left and right, spreading the stairs leading to the castle gate. The pillars were burning with twisted hellfire, black smoke was lingering, and the air was filled with the pungent and rich smell of sulfur. Between the pillars, rusty iron chains and torture instruments were arranged, and mottled dried blood stains could be faintly seen, as well as pieces of fragmented bones. A ghostly wind blew through, the hellfire swayed, and tragic wails, low moans, weird interrogations and laughter loomed. All the above are integrated into the same drawing paper, and together they outline the picture called Hell. Everyone who peeks into this painting will feel a sense of suffocation, and invisible oppression envelops the whole body, as if ghost hands are stretching out from the painting, tightly strangling the viewer's throat. Snap! On the stone steps, crisp footsteps sounded. Hea and Dilda folded their wings and landed on the ground. The projection of hell was very unfriendly to the creatures in heaven. In the away game, the two reincarnated angels were having a hard time. The energy in the body cannot be replenished after it is used up. Use a little and get a little less. Dilda suggested that in case the 7 demon kings suddenly appeared in front of them, the two of them walked on their legs to save energy for fighting. If Wayne were here and heard Dilda's new flag, he would definitely turn around and run away without saying a word. There were originally no 7 demon kings, but when Dilda said, "Hey," all 7 demon kings jumped out of the grass. He doesn't know how to do it. Hearing about the 7 demon kings, he will only be eager to drive them back to hell. It's not that he has no brains, but the seal of hell is stable, and there is no possibility that the 7 demon kings will perfectly come to the world. Even if 7 of them jump out of the grass, they are still defective products and there is nothing to be afraid of. Hea insisted on her opinion and said solemnly, "This is the projection of the abyss. There may be a projection of the demon king. Since there is a demon king, it means that the other party intends to open the door to hell in Boluo. This place must be destroyed to nip the crisis in the cradle." Middle. Can you tell which demon king it is? Not yet. As they spoke, the two crossed hundreds of stone steps, and behind them were 2 sticky footprints of black mud mixed with dirty blood. As they got closer and closer to the dark castle, the pressure on the two increased greatly, and the holy will of heaven was severely suppressed here. There is good with bad, and Dilda's awakening speed has undoubtedly accelerated a lot. He only needs a hint to remember his real name in heaven. The dark wind swept by, and the hellfire on the stone pillars whirred. Hea's heart shuddered, smelling the smell of the devil. The holy spear of heaven was across her body, and a blazing golden light bloomed in her eyes. What a familiar breath, we should have seen it. A figure in a black robe walked out of the castle palace gate. His figure was like a ghost, unpredictable, and he took a step and swept over 100 steps. He was hanging above Hea and Dilda, looking down from above, and said with joy, "Two reincarnated angels, knowing that this is a projection of the abyss, you dare to break in, you are really brave. You are." Hea looked at the other party with his eyes, sensing the sinful breath, and slowly said, 7 deadly sins fury. We really know each other. The robe on the black shadow turned into flames and burned, revealing a ferocious body full of wildness. Fury is 3 meters tall, and his strong body is like an inverted triangle. Even though his whole body is covered with black hair, you can still see clear muscle lines. His eyes flashed red, his mouth was full of sharp fangs, his ears were slender, his limbs were long and powerful, and he had sharp claws. Werewolf. The wolf is one of the symbols of fury. Usually, the Lord of Fury appears in the form of a dragon. The dragon has its own aura of strength, and the wolf gives people the feeling of a running errand brother, and does not look like a leader. Here, I would like to say that there used to be vampires and werewolves in the chosen continent, which were the followers of pride and wrath in the human world. After hell was sealed by heaven, the Heavenly Father Church cleaned up the remnants of hell in the human world and wiped out all these hell creatures. Later generations mentioned werewolves and vampires, which only appeared in nights. Under the subjective influence of the author, the images and positions of werewolves and vampires were different. Seriously, werewolves and vampires are villains, and less serious, they are busy falling in love with food. Werewolves and vampires, brother/beauty, you smell so good. The Lord of Wrath did not recognize Hea at the first time. The latter frowned slightly and reported his name in heaven, Angel, Phule. There are 3, 6, and 9 levels in the human world, and there are also systems in heaven. The first brother in heaven is Heavenly Father. Everyone calls him Dad. Only with him can there be heaven, and his status is unshakable. Secondly, all angels are divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The upper angels are seraphim, cherubim, and thrones, the middle angels are Lord, power, and power, the lower angels are power, ordinary archangels, and angels. The 4 archangels are also called archangels, all of whom are seraphim, the first class among the upper angels, and their status is second only to the Father. As thrones, Hea/Phre is also in the first sequence of angels, and is a senior cotter. After the clergy of the church enter the kingdom of heaven, they are generally arranged as archangels, and those with strong connections will become power angels. Only those with excellent talents will ascend to heaven in one step and become power angels among the middle angels. As for ordinary angels, they are all mass-produced followers, either becoming cannon fodder for the angel army or serving the upper angels, without wings. Oh, it turns out to be you, I have some impression of you. The wolf's eyes flashed with fierce blood. Reincarnated angels, what are you doing in the world? Destroy you. Hea spread his wings behind him, and the holy spear of heaven swung out a brilliant golden light, and he started fighting without talking for a while. There is nothing to talk about, and nothing to ask. Over the years, the devil has come to the world for all kinds of reasons, such as having fun and for love. The devil can make up anything that the angel can think of, and the devil can also make up anything that the angel can't think of. In the final analysis, the devil just wants to open the door to hell and turn the world into a second hell. Good momentum. The furious hands popped out claws, and one hand raised to block the holy spear that was stabbing straight at the face. The 7 deadly sins and the golden rule collided, and the 2 figures retreated one after another. Hea's body flashed with light, dissolving the surging violent power, holding the holy spear tightly and charging again. Boom! 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 The 2 figures collided, and before they knew it, there were hundreds of rounds. The violent energy gradually got out of control, and the roar swept in all directions. A ray of golden arrowhead went straight to the dark castle. With a loud dragon roar, the metal dragon waved its wings that covered the sky and sun, and accelerated to hover over the castle. The dragon released a beam of light and flames, aiming directly at the dark castle. The beam fell to the ground and touched the black defense shield, causing endless ripples to spread rapidly. It was indeed there. Hea guessed that the gate of hell was hidden in the palace, and controlled the dragon to bombard it wildly, while she faced the rage to prevent the other party from returning for help. This is a sure thing. After another 100 rounds, Hea consumed most of her energy and realized that the defense of the palace was in danger, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time under the dragon's breath. She secretly said that it was worth it. But soon, she found something wrong. The rage was neither fast nor slow, and it had not been rage until now, it was not rage at all. Boom! Above the castle, the black defense shield was completely lost, and the dragon was perched high in the sky. The terrifying energy accumulated in its mouth shook the space and crackled. Hea flashed and blocked the werewolf who was about to move, and said coldly, "If you want to go over, defeat me first." Behind him, the dragon roared, and a thick energy beam rushed down, sweeping the dark castle, trying to smash it with one blow. At this moment, a black light rose from the castle, and it looked like a tiger. It faced the surging light beam and opened its bloody mouth to swallow it into its stomach. Tiger, one of the symbols of the Lord of Gluttony. There is also a demon king. Hea turned around in surprise, and his mind captured it accurately, and saw the container of the Lord of Gluttony in the world. Not only the container, but also some thoughts descended like the rage of the battle. Boom! After firing several shots, the unrestrained dragon was listless, drooping in the air, and the tiger, magnified by the wind, bit off the metal trunk, and with a sound of awe, it turned into a light spot and dissipated. He X2. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. Hea sensed that most of the energy in his body was consumed, and a drop of cold sweat could not help but flow down his forehead. Angel Frey, I remember you. After reincarnation, you are more attractive. The tiger spoke human words, looking at Hea's delicious and juicy plump body, and couldn't help drooling. Really greedy body. It's too wasteful to eat it directly. You only descended with part of your thoughts. There is no way to keep her whole. Instead of killing her and letting her return to heaven, it is better to catch her alive and train her well. I am very much looking forward to the scene of this angel's fall. Furious laughed. Hea silently raised his guard and planned how to defeat the two powerful enemies. At this moment, a golden light shot up into the sky, cutting through the darkness like a meteor, and folded his white wings to come to Hea's side. It was Dilda. Seeing two demon kings in a row, he was strongly stimulated and awakened his memory to think of who he was. On the left arm, the holy mark penetrated the fabric of the clothes and bloomed with brilliant golden light. Another familiar breath. Who are you? Angel, Fred. Dilda gave her name. Her eyes were full of golden light, and a golden halo spread out under her feet, including Hea beside her. With the halo protecting her body, the energy in Hea's body increased rapidly, and her spirit was greatly boosted. She felt that she could fight for another 300 rounds. Roar, roar, roar. The two demon kings were furious, not giving Hea a chance to replenish his magic, and rushed forward one after the other. 2 hours later. The end of the darkness was in a mess. Most of the stone steps collapsed, and the black castle also collapsed partially. Hea stood there panting, with a layer of black mist covering her fair skin. Affected by the 7 deadly sins, she was furious and bloodthirsty, and just wanted to beat the two demon kings to her heart's content. Behind her, Dilda. Dilda was hung in the sky and turned into a star. The cross-shaped star, surrounded by a halo, exuded a hazy shadow, protecting him from the 7 deadly sins. In the cross star, Dilda put his legs together, opened his hands, closed his eyes and bowed his head to fall asleep. He was autistic. Dilda's name in heaven is Fred. Unlike the seraphim who are responsible for fighting, he is better at guarding and healing. In addition, he has just awakened and the power he has retrieved is limited, so he can't provide much help to Hea. The 4 archangels are the double red sticks of heaven. Each of them has an angel legion. At their peak, it is no problem to fight 2 demon kings alone. Opposite Hea, the werewolf was panting like a dog, and the tiger was not much better. It howled with a clip sound. Not bad, I didn't notice it before. You are quite good at fighting. You have good strength. It must be very powerful to chew. The 2 demon kings surrounded them on both sides. They were in the projection of the abyss. They had no energy constraints and could have as much as they wanted, but their minds were limited, resulting in insufficient energy limits. It was still very difficult to fight Hea and a nurse alone. Seeing that Hea's energy was exhausted, the 2 demon kings dared to say that this was stable. Why? Hea was in doubt and panted, why are you so powerful, but only part of your thoughts descended? You could have controlled this country and opened the gate of hell as quickly as possible. After a hard fight, Hea felt a little uneasy. Her intuition told her that the two demon kings were afraid. They could have descended more thoughts, but they chose to be low-key demon kings. For example, the containers of the two demon kings were ordinary versions and never used the strongest form. The strongest manifestation of gluttony is a fly, and the strongest manifestation of rage is a dragon. This is the posture they should have. The tiger and wolf at the moment. If you don't know, you would think they are two younger brothers. Because they look so similar, Hea was scared and almost thought that the Lord of Pride was in the palace. This country is not simple. There's no need to tell her this, I'm dying of greed. Asshole, you can't eat her, she's an angel, her true value lies in her depravity. That's your idea, in my opinion, she only has value when she's on the table. The two demon kings had their own ideas, and they exchanged opinions fiercely on how to use Hea. Faced with the tempting spoils, neither of them was willing to share, and no one could convince the other. This is what the devil is like. Hea closed her eyes and muttered something in her mouth. As she drew out the remaining holy light in her body, the virus of the 7 deadly sins drove straight in, corroding her mind and body, making her moan a few times. X2. The two demon kings immediately realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly put down the champagne in their hands, and rushed to the spoils from the left and right. The cooked duck is at the mouth, and she can't let it fly. Come on. Hea suddenly opened her golden eyes. She was not ready to run away. She had insufficient energy left and couldn't run away even if she wanted to. She pretended to run away to attract the two demon kings. Her true thoughts were self-evident. A bit of golden light bloomed in Hea's chest, and the cross mark vented the boundless holy will. The dazzling golden light reflected in the eyes of the two demon kings, one cursed angrily, and the other opened his mouth. Boom! The golden shockwave swept across, terrifying ripples rushed in all directions, and the phantom of heaven flashed past, expelling the minds of the two demon kings, pulling them into twisted lines, and exiled them back to hell. It's useless, we will come back. On the contrary, you have lost your power. You cannot escape from this place and are destined to become a prisoner of hell. Just wait, I will come again soon. The two demon kings laughed and left the scene, waiting to come next time to pick up the corpses. After the light dissipated, the black castle collapsed into ruins, and the entire abyss projection space roared and shook, showing signs of collapse. Hea stood up with the holy spear in her hand, her chest and skirt wide open, and a few rags could not cover her abundant capital. If you look closely, you can see the slowly fading cross mark between the two mountains. The moment the stigmata dissipated, the snow-white skin was covered by twisted black lines. Black spread everywhere, climbing up to the delicate facial features, dyeing a pair of golden pupils ink. Deep in his pupils, a ray of golden light was trapped. Hea screamed in pain, relying on her devout faith, which could also be said to be her firm will, to keep herself from being affected by the 7 deadly sins. She flapped her feeble wings and flew into the air, intending to take Dilda with her to escape. We have obtained the information about the Demon King's container and the gate of hell. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. We must immediately notify the papal state and let the reincarnated angels over there clear the place. Ja. Crazy laughter sounded in the ruins of the castle. Hea turned around stiffly and saw the transformed devil containers crawling up from the ruins one by one. The number exceeded 3 digits, which was despairing. What a delicious angel! He is a real reincarnated angel. I can't wait. Brother, what do you think we should do? I'll go first, you guys get in line. The devil's minions are not of high quality. Unlike the devil who has escaped from vulgar tastes, they are greedy for Hea's body. Wayne, the rest is up to you. Hurry up and come to us before the devil. Hea closed her eyes helplessly, and the holy marks on her chest bloomed with dazzling holy light. The halo surrounded her body, wrapped into a cross-shaped cocoon of light, and hung in the sky with Dilda. A devil container refused to give up and rushed forward with a howl, trying to get into the light cocoon quilt and teach Zhongshan how to do happy things. Bang! Good start. Flame head. The devil vessel was wrapped in holy flames and screamed, turning into ashes. Under his desperate persuasion, the others immediately calmed down. What to do? Report to the SS and ask them to bring some hell experts over. But the devil has come, and I didn't see the angel. Our master is the head of state, never a demon king. Done. New Reich Chancellery. Head of State Kidra started another busy day. Looking at the piles of documents on the desktop, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he cursed 10 times in a row. No, I'm not scolding you. Kidra looked through the documents with an expressionless face. The secretary on the side explained to him the origin of the documents. Some were from the front line, some were internal affairs, and some were confidential. The secretary had no right to read them and needed to be unsealed by the head of state. Heidel looked at the confidential documents, glanced at them, his expression was heavy, and he was speechless for a long time. At this time, Deputy Head of State Rudolph walked into the office, and Heidel handed the document over. The latter took it with both hands, flipped through it and said with a smile, "My head of state, this is a good thing. You have always disliked those devils, but now the angels are paying attention, they can just take this opportunity to drive them out of Prussia. Now is not the time. The devils are still useful. They should not withdraw at this time." Heidel shook his head. The arrival of the angels means that the Holy Father is paying attention to the empire. If we don't draw a clear line with the devil now, our losses will only be more. Halfway through his words, Rudolph realized that he had gone too far and changed his words. "My head of state, in your opinion, what should we do with these 2 angels? Should we send them back to the Holy See of Heavenly Father?" Madness. That's what you said. Sending back the trophies won't show our mercy, it will only make the enemy feel guilty. Since we have obtained the angel, let's try to master the power of heaven. Heidel flipped through other documents and saw the latest report from the Logistics Support Department. He couldn't help but read it out. "Christian, the devil container has been successfully transformed. Who is this person and why do you need to report his situation specifically?" The secretary searched and told Christian's identity, including the key details for blocking the gun. It turns out it was him. A handsome young man's face flashed in front of Heidel's eyes. "I remember that his talent was very poor. He has not made any progress for so many years. He has nothing but loyalty, whether it is military or internal affairs. My head of state, because of his loyalty, he broke through his own limits. It was your charisma that guided him to achieve what he has achieved today. Maybe." Heidel smiled faintly and closed the document. "Let Colonel Christian, no, Major General Christian, deal with the container of angels and demons. He is loyal and qualified to know his true country." Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 444. First Institute. Wayne's Christian character paced back and forth in the office, looking restless and impatient. On the chair at the desk, the person in charge, Roar, who had stayed up all night, crossed his arms and nodded while leaning on the chair. Bang! Wayne slapped the table with his hand, causing Roar to fall to the ground in fright. General, what happened? Has the report been sent in? Why is there no news that the head of state has summoned me?" Wayne said with wide eyes. "Is it possible that you take yourself too seriously? General, the head of state has to manage the entire country, from the front line to the people's livelihood. He has to sign hundreds of documents every day. You just need to wait quietly." Roar was helpless. "Also, don't you plan to go home and have a rest? If the head of state summons you and you are not energetic, you will leave a very bad impression on the head of state." "Okay, I'll go home and take a nap. As you said, I'm indeed a little sleepy, Wayne nodded. In the corridor, the sound of neat leather boots sounded. Two soldiers in SS uniforms opened the door, and an officer walked in. Captain Christian. I am here. Wayne took 2 steps forward and frowned. Please allow me to correct you. He is the district captain, not the brigade captain. No, it is now. The officer waved his hand, and the soldiers took out a document and a brand new uniform. Congratulations, Captain Christian Brigade. The head of state is very satisfied with your progress. This is the commendation you deserve. Wayne took the appointment letter and signed it. After handing it back, he stood with his legs straight, raised his right arm 45 degrees forward, and said loyally, "Long live the Führer." Snap! A uniform voice of standing at attention sounded. Heil, XN. I have confirmed the slogan and it is one of my own. The officer placed a confidential document box in Wayne's hand, pointed to the 2 soldiers beside him and said, "From now on, they are your guards, protecting your safety. The information in the document box will be burned immediately after reading." After the officer finished speaking, he turned around and left directly, resolutely. It gave Wayne a very strange feeling. The officer seemed not to be a human being, but more like a robot. After watching it for a long time, he felt very scared. Not only the officers, but also the 2 public-looking guards gave him an inhuman feeling. Wayne suppressed his surprise, found an office alone, opened the file box and looked through the contents. One was a job appointment, requiring him to immediately go to a welfare home to take over the work. The specific work content was not stated, and he would naturally know it when he arrived. One is a letter of recommendation. After promotion and salary increase, he will need to undertake further studies for 6 months. Without a summons from the head of state, loyalty is the best reward for loyalty. If you want to make progress, the leader will keep you busy with endless work. Welfare home. Wayne frowned. He originally thought that through Christian's identity, he would get a chance to get close to Heidel, but no, that shot did not leave a deep impression on Heidel. Think about it. In his early years, Kidra hung out in various bars and gave countless speeches. There were also many people who helped him take bullets. For a person with average abilities like Christian to become SS district captain is already a very humane sign by Heidel. Without the chance to be summoned, Wayne stopped pressing and took 2 guards with him in a car to the orphanage. He wanted to see what kind of job it was. Welfare home. Wayne looked at the dark projection space in front of him and felt bad. He was a little panicked, worried that it was a mirror space projection. General. The person in charge of the welfare home stepped forward, wearing the white robe of the Holy See. He looked 50 years old and had a very kind smile. Wayne took out his work appointment letter. The person in charge seemed to know him and handed it back after casually looking at it. "General, this is your first time coming to the orphanage. You may not be aware of the secrets here. Let's talk as we go." The familiar feeling came over again, and Wayne felt that there was something strange and uncoordinated about the person in charge. After thinking for a while, he remembered that this feeling was called the uncanny valley effect. The officers, the guards, the people in charge, they are not human. This. Just call me Paul. Paul, with all due respect, you look like, I don't know how to describe it, but it feels weird. With an indescribable sense of terror, Wayne tried. "General, these are secrets. I have no right to answer them for you. If I guess correctly, you have a letter of recommendation in your hand. The truth is there. I hope you can have a pleasant experience," Paul replied with a smile. "It's scary not to laugh, but even scarier when you smile." "Paul, are you a devil too?" "No, I'm higher than the devil." Listening to the other party's confident voice, Wayne did not refute and started the handover work instead. "General, from now on, you will be in charge of this orphanage. There are special laboratories and interrogation rooms here, and there is also a special team of soldiers assigned by you. They are very loyal. Paul handed a sidearm to Wayne and said solemnly, with this sidearm, they will obey all your orders unconditionally. Seeing the confusion on Wayne's face, Paul smiled and said, I don't have the right to tell you too much. The truth is in the recommendation letter. You will know it then. Damn the Riddler, get out of burrow. Wayne took over the gun, a very small pistol. He didn't do much research on firearms, and through Christian's memory, he determined it to be Walter PPK. Christian's original gun was the famous Ruger semi-automatic pistol. It was very popular due to its excellent craftsmanship and limited production. General, the orphanage was renovated a few years ago to house devil containers. There are many finished containers of demon kings among them, but the only ones willing to come are the two demon kings of fury and gluttony. Please don't get excited. They are not as powerful as you think, and our country is not as weak as you think. We have been suppressing the devil all along. Paul's uncoordinated facial features were full of energy, and he was mainly confident. Before Wayne spoke, he said, recommendation letter, everything you want to know is in the recommendation letter. All I can say is the orphanage. Okay, then I won't ask any more questions. Wayne touched the letter of recommendation in his arms and decided to make up for the class today. He was extremely curious as to what kind of tricks Prussia had played, and even the devil of hell didn't pay attention to it. Last night, two angels broke into the welfare home. They tried to destroy all the devil's containers and lure out the devil from hell. There was a fierce battle between the two sides. Many containers were destroyed and the two devils were driven back to hell. The Demon King was defeated just like that. Wayne looked depressed. I finally got the devil's power, but the devil turned out to be a parallel importer. This makes me how to face the head of state and offer my strength to him. By the way, where are the two angels? Have they run away? No, we captured them alive. Catch alive. Wayne's eyes widened, thinking of the walking lust, that obscene body being captured alive. Could it be already in line? Yes, they have trapped themselves in a self-seal. It may take a long time to open the seal. Paul came to the backyard of the welfare home, pointed to the dean's office and said, next, you will work here, and I will hand over the dean's duties to you. You can no longer wear the military uniform. The two angels have been locked up in the lowest level of the bunker. The entrance is in the bedroom of this office. Ah, this. Wayne took the key and was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. What's the matter, General? Omega TKNO. I don't know what I should do. I feel that the task I have to face will be very difficult, Wayne said dryly. Your mission is to guard the devil containers and not let them leave the orphanage. At the same time, Paul lowered his voice, lead angels and devils to perish together, but not now. We must wait for orders from above. During this period, try to control the angels as much as possible. Wayne. Paul might not believe it when told that he had already controlled an angel. As long as he used a little trick, such as changing his face or something, the two angels locked in the basement would obey him. Paul, I don't understand very well. In the education I received, the devil's container is very important, but I hear what you mean. Wayne shrugged mid-sentence. Okay, I understand, a letter of recommendation, right? Yes. Paul said, we have our own methods on how to control angels. The task is not as difficult as you think. This is an opportunity. The head of state is very optimistic about you and hopes that you will seize this hard-won opportunity. The devil represents hell and the angels represent heaven. They are also the number one force in the world, the Holy Father. Are you sure this task is easy? Wayne used himself to save others, suspecting that he was used as cannon fodder by the head of state. After all, the Demon King has not been taken seriously. His successfully transformed devil container is difficult to reuse and is destined to be useless. It can only squeeze out the last bit of value. Wayne felt a little regretful. He suffered the loss of insufficient intelligence and blindly chose Christian as his vest. He was getting further and further away from the head of state's office. I understand, I will never betray the trust of the head of state. Wayne's face boiled with enthusiasm. Immediately afterwards, Paul visited the entire orphanage, including the bunker and the basement where the two angels were held. The dark little house has black chains wrapped around crosses and stars. The light and shadow are rhythmic, and human figures can be vaguely seen inside. If you want to control angels, you need to break the seal. This process requires sacrificing a large number of devil containers, extracting sins from their bodies, and then polluting the holy light with sins. In the dean's office, Paul put the entire orphanage's secrets in Wayne's hands, including a bunch of keys, and asked Wayne to keep them close to him. Wayne looked at the key to the archives room and raised his eyebrows. There is a method for making a devil container in the bunker. Can I make a devil myself? General, no, Mr. Dean, you have the final say now. Great, I finally have an answer that I can know without a letter of recommendation. Wayne wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. After Paul left, Wayne led 2 guards to patrol the territory. The orphanage occupies a huge area, with a total of 300 people inside and outside. Most of them are clergymen with strange smiles, and the other half are soldiers who guard the bunker. There is no normal person. The little boy who was supposed to be coveted by the clergy was transferred to other orphanages early because the orphanage was under renovation. Of course, neither did the little girl. This orphanage only guards the devil containers, they are the children. Wayne led the 2 guards into the abyss projection. The construction site was in full swing, and the containers spontaneously organized infrastructure work without any consciousness of being minions of the devil. Their allegiance is to the Führer, not to the devil. It's ridiculous, this ghost place is getting more and more evil. 2 guards guarded the door as Wayne sat on the office couch. He opened the recommendation letter and read it over and over. It was a very ordinary military school located in Bolo. He didn't see anything special about it. He was curious and planned to go to further studies early tomorrow morning. Tonight I'll pass the time with files from the archives. And those 2 guys, I almost forgot about them. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin, thinking about it, and secretly said something interesting. He entered the bunker and came to the laboratory where the devil's container was made. After thinking for a while, it was too outrageous to create something out of thin air, so he returned to the office and called the first research institute. Arrange for 2 female experimental subjects to be sent to the orphanage as soon as possible. At the same time, Thought Communication contacted Odelia and Regina. After the transfer was successful, they signed for 2 secretaries in the backyard of the orphanage. Laboratory. There was a crackle, a splash, and after a great dance, Wayne stopped pretending, raised his hand and clapped twice. On the stone platform, the 2 secretaries acted to the end, black mist surged around them, and they completed the succubus transformation amidst screams. If the succubus's appearance wasn't so eye-catching, the 2 women's tight-fitting clothes and infiltration settings would look like some set where they were defeated and captured. Let's go see our angel. Wayne snapped his fingers, held the 2 secretaries by their waists, and left the laboratory, heading straight to the small dark room at the end of the bunker. There was no normal person in the orphanage, including the soldiers patrolling the bunker. Although the number was small, Wayne could faintly feel a palpitation in his heart. Ordinary people, not magicians, let alone devil containers. Boss, these soldiers look scary. Are they void beings? No, alchemical life, another creation. The 3 of them communicated through voice transmission, and Wayne roughly knew what these soldiers were, and also guessed why he was exposed when he entered Bolo. Prussia was the best in the world in black technology. This is not a stereotype. At least Prussia's scientific and technological strength in the God's Choice continent is the best in the world. If nothing unexpected happens, the lightning chariot can sweep across the world. How did they do it? They suddenly lit up a new technology tree, which no one before them could have imagined, and developed it to the huge scale it is now. They hid it for so long and no other country discovered it? It should be within a short period of time. A sudden outbreak. Did you pick up an alien spaceship? Wayne said to himself, don't say it, it's really possible. The God's Choice continent is not big, and the faith it can provide is limited, but the universe is infinite. Even the ancient gods must have alien forces with powerful technological capabilities. If you are braver, there are ruins of alien or prehistoric civilizations in God's chosen continent. In front of the small black room, there were several strange human soldiers standing. Wayne patted the gun on his waist. You have nothing to do here. I want to study angels. Stay away and don't disturb me. The few soldiers obeyed the instructions without making a sound, stayed away from the small dark room, and found new positions to stand. After the soldiers left, Wayne patted his butt and asked Odelia to get the key and open the door. The room was dark, and chains were wrapped around the cross stars suspended in mid-air. Wisps of darkness invaded, binding the light and unable to escape. Paul only said that there was a way to control angels, but did not say what the specific method was. The truth was on the recommendation letter, and Wayne would know it tomorrow. He took 2 steps forward, clasped the black chain with his 5 fingers, packed away the 7 deadly sins inside, and then reshaped the chain with the 7 deadly sins he had mastered. The 2 were not of the same magnitude. Just a few crackling explosions were heard. The light cocoon that protected the angel from being corroded was eroded, and was peeled away layer by the darkness, revealing the figure inside. Heya, person. No, eldest sister, you are really waiting for people to line up. Wayne complained speechlessly. The car lights were dazzling, and he raised his hand to help him pull up his clothes, barely covering the leaked spring sunshine. The clothes are torn and the covering ability is limited. Boss, Regina, and I can do this rough work, Odelia said in a sinister tone. Girls are not suitable for menial work. It is safer for me to do this kind of physical work. Wayne stared closely at Hea's chest, his eyes sparkling, and he saw the faintly glowing sacred marks under the dark lines. The injury is very serious. If you leave it alone, the 7 deadly sins on you will not be washed away. Wayne lamented that Hea was lucky. Although he was not a reincarnated angel, meeting him in this situation was even luckier than meeting the archangel. Omega. T-Gon. Wayne pointed out and touched the sternum lightly, and the dark lines visible to the naked eye shrank from Hea's body and was taken away by Wayne through his fingertips. A minor surgery, done in 3 seconds. Without the suppression of the 7 deadly sins, the comatose Hea let out a muffled groan, her eyelids twitching, hinting at the rhythm of waking up. Wayne did not treat him immediately. He raised his hand and asked the 2 female secretaries to come forward. He put one hand on Odelia's slender waist, and the other hand was empty. Regina, what are you doing? Boss, can you change your face? I'm not used to being in contact with strangers. Regina coyly knew that she was the boss, but because of the unfamiliar face, she felt deeply uncomfortable. If the boss didn't mind, could she change back? How can I have fun if I change back? Wayne rolled his eyes and didn't force it. His body swayed and transformed into a hell-like devil surrounded by black mist. He is 2 meters tall, with long arms and legs. Half of a black mask is clasped on his face. His red lips are wide open, revealing his white teeth. Regina nodded. This looked much more pleasing to the eye. Wayne hugged him from left to right, holding the 2 secretaries' slender waists, condescendingly waiting for Hea to wake up. Boss, the scenery is nice, isn't it? It's all covered up, so there's no good scenery left. Besides, She's an angel, but she can't compare to you, a succubus, Wayne said intently. Odelia snorted coldly, what's wrong with the succubus? She's still a walking lust. Boss, I'm also a succubus, you can't just praise Odelia. Regina pressed against Wayne to put some pressure on him. Don't make trouble. This is a side effect of the succubus. You will regret it when you turn into a human. Let's talk about it after it changes. At his feet, Hea was about to wake up. Wayne stopped talking and let out a hearty laugh. Gee, this beautiful angel, you finally woke up after 20 years. 20 years. Hea sat up suddenly, looked at the two succubi and an unknown devil, jumped up on the spot, and waved to take out the holy spear to fight. Pudgy. The holy spear did not appear, and the man lay on the ground. Or two. Pretty cool. Wayne tilted his head slightly and said happily, the bulging front and back are good materials. If you are turned into a succubus, the Lord of Lust may lose his position. Damn. Hea stood up unsteadily, raised her weak arms and put them on her chest. She looked at the enemy in front of her, unable to think of the possibility of victory. You can't do it forcefully, you can only use outsmarts. There's no need to hide it. I've been watching it for almost 20 years and I'm tired of it. Wayne took a step forward and reminded, think carefully, have you had any strange dreams in the past 20 years? Hea's face was gloomy, unmoved by the harassment. She knew very well what was going on with her body, and these words could not shake her will. She was thinking about a way to escape. 20 years was the devil's nonsense, 2 months at most. Thinking of this, a feeling of powerlessness came over me. After such a long time, Wayne didn't come to find him. It was very likely that he was already heroic. Devil, where is my companion? Blonde or brunette? Really? Hea's heart trembled. She was obviously mentally prepared, but when she heard these words, she couldn't help but feel sad. Completely annihilated. The one with blonde hair is still holding on, but the one with black hair can't. Faced with severe torture, he voluntarily surrendered, and was taken in by the great Lord of Fury. Now he is in hell. Impossible. Hea glared, I know his character very well, there is no way he can do this. Are you sure? That kid is despicable and selfish. He has no shame at all in order to save his life. We can break the seal on you, and he has put in a lot of effort, Wayne said sullenly. In his arms, the two succubi smiled sweetly. Hea's eyelids twitched. After the devil said this, she was no longer so sure. After all, Wayne hadn't awakened yet, so he might have gone to hell without conscience. Afterwards, he had the nerve to say that he was undercover. No, you're lying to me. Hea shook her head repeatedly, I will not be fooled by the devil's tricks to sow discord. Don't slander my companions. Tell me, why did you wake me up? Tell me, why do angels come to earth? To drive you back to hell, Hea said bluntly. How dare you use such lies to deceive the devil? Wayne smiled coldly, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Black chains came out from under his feet, wrapped around Hea's body, and dragged her in front of him. Think it through before you vomit, don't make yourself embarrassed. Tui. Hea ignored the warning and sprayed saliva directly onto Wayne's face. He hit the invisible wall in midair and slid down slowly. Wayne waved his spit away with his hand, thinking about the character that did not fit the devil, and said with a grin, spit on time next time, I didn't open my mouth just now. The effect is average, and Hea doesn't like this. If the devil dared to open his mouth, she would vomit without fear at all. I've been in the human world for so long that I almost forgot what you angels look like. Although you are a human being, compared to the long memories of angels, humans don't have much shame. Let me think about it, how should I torture you? I know succubus. Odelia raised her hand. Little cutie, what can you do? An angel cares about purity. If you threaten her with purity, she will definitely say anything, the succubus Odelia said with a smile. That makes sense. I don't think it's feasible. Angels hate devils deeply. She would rather lose her purity than surrender to us. In my opinion, it would be better to take away her purity first and then threaten to take her to her companions. This would be more effective. Succubus Regina offered advice. You are more reasonable, you are simply a devil. Listening to the conversation between the three of them, Hea's eyelids twitched. Thinking about her mission, she snorted and closed her eyes. No matter what, I won't say, give up. I'll give you a reminder. If I can live, I will definitely kill you. Walking lust, are you sure you won't think about it again? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 445. Hea looked at the three devils in surprise. Walking lust was Wayne's derogatory name for her. Not many people knew about it, so. Is this devil in front of me Wayne pretending to be? Maybe so. Another possibility cannot be ruled out. Wayne was really caught and turned to the devil's side, and all the information about her was revealed. An inscrutable smile appeared on Wayne's lips. At this point, it was almost clear that Hea must have recognized him. After a while, the smile on Wayne's lips froze, and Hea didn't see any movement. He complained, "Sister, I have pointed it out clearly, but you still don't recognize it. It seems that I need to reevaluate your IQ. Are you really Wayne?" Hea was doubtful. Otherwise, it would be me, replaced by another devil, bah, replaced by a real devil. With your open-minded look now, the photographer and lighting team will come in. Wayne was halfway through speaking, realizing that he was too deep into the drama. He quickly changed his words and corrected himself. "Boss, what are the photographers and lighting crew doing here?" the two secretaries asked curiously. "Making a promotional video can not only improve the morale of hell, but also use it to humiliate the face of heaven. You get two benefits with one fell swoop." "Why not do it?" Wayne replied patiently. "Boss, you are so bad. Do you like it?" "I like it." Odelia lay in Wayne's arms and arched her head. "I like it too." Regina arched. "You two are also very cute. Stop humping, your horns are pushing against my chest." The three of them got together, and the yin and yang index exploded. One of the parties involved, Hea, remained unmoved and watched with cold eyes, firmly insisting that angels will not yield to devils. Hea knew that Wayne's performance as a devil was just like the real one, but she could not speak bluntly. There was a difference between playing a devil and a real devil. The devil in front of her did not look like an actor from any angle. The other party is not Wayne, and it is more likely that he will use Wayne's identity to obtain information from her. "I'm done with it." Wayne pushed away the two heads that were hunched in his chest and returned to his true appearance. "Do you believe me now?" "Unless I see your stigmata, I won't believe it," Hea said calmly. "I see you are thinking about peaches." Wayne did not want to show the stigmata, so he pointed a finger at the center of Hea's eyebrows, and a wisp of the Holy Spirit of the Golden Rule poured in, nourishing her dry thinking body. "I have taken away the 7 deadly sins that polluted you, and you will soon be able to regain your strength. I still have something to investigate. Please try to recover as slowly as possible, so as not to let anyone find out the clues." The holy will came, like dew after a long drought. Hea closed her eyes and enjoyed it. When she noticed Wayne withdrawing his hands and leaving, he opened his eyes with a look of dissatisfaction. "That's it? Is this all you have?" Wayne had already explained what he needed to explain and didn't want to have to say it a second time. He waved away the 7 deadly sin chains on Hea's body. The latter fell to the ground tremblingly and pressed his hand to his chest to repair the damaged clothes. For a strong person of her level, there is only one possibility for her clothes to be torn and irreparable. During the battle, her mind will be exhausted and the strength to save her face will be gone. Walking lust, do you believe it now? Wayne looked back regretfully, saying the same thing, this white robe is really big. I believe it 30%. 30%, it sounds like I'm kneeling down to beg you to believe it. I'm sorry, the devil is best at rhetoric. The devil you played is the same as the real one. I can't tell the difference. It's my fault that your acting skills are good. If you were Wayne, then these two. Hea frowned and looked at the two succubi. It was difficult to bring them into Ottilia and Regina. She had seen the two secretaries and was very sure that the other party was not a being from hell. Ottilia and Regina changed back to their human appearance, standing next to Wayne on the left and right. This scene surprised Hea. Not only did Wayne transform into a devil as if it were real, but so did the two secretaries. She still couldn't believe it after seeing it with her own eyes. Can't tell at all. How, this is a professional team. Wayne put his arms around the shoulders of the two secretaries, raised his eyebrows and said, when we were in the chapel, I told you that they would bring you surprises. Do you believe me now? There was no surprise, I just felt frightened. Hea shook her head. I'm so sorry for frightening you. How did you do it? I can feel that they are not devils and have nothing to do with succubi, but... Hea didn't know how to describe it. If you insist on saying it, the two secretaries stole the power of the Lord of Lust. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. You won't understand anything about the professional team. Wayne directly skipped this topic and said instead, you and Dilda are lucky. I received the task of training you just after I successfully went undercover. Prussia has many secrets and is confident that it can control angels. Use the 7 deadly sins to control angels. No, Prussia is not keen on the power of hell, nor is it true of heaven, otherwise you and Dilda would not fall into my hands, and a more senior officer would take over for you. Wayne shook his head slightly. Mortal arrogance, ignorance, and lack of respect. Prisoners, please stop saying such things. Looking at your arrogant tone, people who don't know better would think you are the victor. Wayne rolled his eyes at Hea. Respecting the enemy is respecting yourself. You only have hell in your eyes. This is not good. Human beings are also very powerful. Hea nodded and did not refute this time. When fighting the two demon kings, the other party was afraid of Prussia and was unwilling to come to the world in his most powerful form. Thinking of this, Hea was a little scared. If the two demon kings of wrath and gluttony descended more thoughts, the fate of her and Dilda would not be so optimistic. Wayne, what kind of power is Prussia going to use to control the angels? I don't know. I just succeeded in undercover and I am not qualified to know these things. So I ask you to cooperate and pretend to be seriously injured and unable to resist. On the one hand, I can complete the task and gain the trust of the superiors, and on the other hand, I can take the opportunity to spy on their power. Wayne narrowed his eyes. He probably guessed what kind of power it was. Lack of information, unable to analyze or imagine. What is your mission? Prussia wants to lure the devil and the angel to perish together. Before completely controlling you and Dilda, my mission is to make you listen to me. How to operate? Let me play freely. Wayne looked at the walking lust, and said with a tut, if there is any offense during the mission, I hope you will be more patient. For the sake of world peace, my conscience is also tormented. The effect is average. Hea frowned and ignored the yin and yang. Hea, you say something, is it okay or not? Wayne said happily, if it's not okay, forget it, I don't care, it only means that you don't have the spirit of sacrifice and are not loyal enough to heaven. Don't make a noise, I'm thinking. X3. No way, you really think about it? X3. Wayne and the other two looked at each other, and had to admit that their understanding of angels was too one-sided, and they always brought in human values to measure the honor and disgrace of angels. This is wrong. After a while, Hea took a deep breath and looked at Wayne with a serious face. I've thought about it. What do you say? Wayne swallowed his saliva in a low voice, although, if Hea insisted on asking, he could only sacrifice himself for the other party's loyalty and honor. Thinking about it, it's still a little aggrieved. I thought about it, forget it, Hea said with disdain. X3. Wayne rolled his eyes. If it's not okay, it's not okay, wasting everyone's time, and making him a little excited. The two secretaries also felt unhappy. Hea's disgusted expression made them feel that their boss was offended. They shared the honor and disgrace, and they were also offended. Boss, she's a captive, why do you need to discuss so much with her? For the sake of world peace, she has to obey even if she doesn't want to. That's right, I'll help you hold her hands down. Inappropriate, right? What's inappropriate? It concerns the safety of the entire God's chosen continent. Her opinion is not important. Heaven will reward her. Inappropriate, right? Watching the three people whispering about how to humiliate him, Hea shook his head speechlessly, secretly saying that he was childish, and said, I am a reincarnated angel, representing the glory of heaven. There are some things that I can't do even if they are beneficial to the overall situation. Okay, I'll think about other operations. No, I haven't finished yet. As long as you don't go too far, you can pretend to obey. Really? Wayne's eyes were strange. It can be seen that Hea is the type of person who can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. When they first met, he was chased and beaten by the other party because he pretended to be a devil. Even the eye of judgment was revealed. This kind of people have extremely high moral integrity. While strictly restraining others, they also strictly restrain themselves. Wayne didn't believe that Hea could put aside her pride and pretend to be a reincarnated angel who was defeated and captured, committed to the devil to save her companions from torture, and had a very complicated inner drama. This is not a problem of acting, but a problem of character setting. Seeing Wayne's disbelief, Hea snorted coldly, don't look down on me. A little humiliation is nothing to worry about. I can endure it. Wayne held the two secretaries in his arms, lowered his head and rubbed their ears, and then kissed Odelia on the face. Can you endure this? Hea. This should be possible. Wayne lifted Odelia's chin, bit her red lips and lingered for a while. How about this? Hea. Yes, it's not unbearable. Wayne held Regina's slender waist and lowered his head. Boss, that's enough. Don't just touch me. Ask questions. Regina blushed and put her hands on Wayne's chest. Wayne nodded, looked at Hea, and exclaimed, awesome, my secretary couldn't stand it, but you can. I have to re-evaluate your loyalty to heaven. Hea smiled far-fetchedly, and said dryly, it's not a big problem, just humiliate me, I can bear it. In public. Wayne was so happy, and said seriously, let me make it clear first, humiliating you is not to take advantage of you, but to act for the enemy. There may be hundreds of spectators at that time. Hea wanted to punch Wayne in the face, took a few breaths, and then nodded firmly, no problem. Okay, let's rehearse it first. Wayne waved his hand to spread a black chain made of the 7 deadly sins, which wrapped around Hea's fair neck. One end of the chain was in his hand, and the other end became a shackle to lock Hea's neck. Finally, it looks a bit like a prisoner of war, but the clothes are too conservative. The one just now was okay. Asshole. Hea went berserk on the spot, grabbed the chain and tore it apart, tore the shackles into pieces and threw them on the ground. She looked at Wayne with red eyes and said angrily, don't go too far, this is not to humiliate me, it's to insult heaven. I knew you couldn't do it, but you insisted. Wayne curled his lips and took off the chains. Your idol has too much baggage and has no potential to be an actor. The audition ends here. Don't knock on the director's door at night. I have to read the script to my secretary, so I don't have time to add it to you play. Then what do I do? Just lie down. Wayne pointed behind Haya, like Dilda, pretend to be seriously injured and unconscious. Remember to suppress your own strength and don't be seen by others, otherwise I will be in big trouble. No more. What if? I want to show my value and don't want to be a mediocre waste. Sister, you have no acting skills. Wayne shrugged and said he was helpless, and the spirit of not wanting to be a salty fish should be encouraged. Capitalists like to work hard, but they don't want to be picky and picky. Sorry, there is no room for you on the professional team. Your two secretaries, Regina's acting skills are average. Haya still wanted to win. It can be seen that among the two secretaries, Odelia and Wayne have a very close relationship, while Regina is not proactive or exclusive, and will reject anything that is too intimate. Haya said she was fully capable of playing the role of Regina. Director, give me another chance, I want to be a good actor. Who are you looking down on? Regina got burned when she turned into a succubus. Wayne was furious and dissatisfied on Regina's behalf. He patted his butt and asked Regina to show off. Well said, don't say it next time, don't put the desire to win in strange places. Regina rolled her eyes, transformed into a succubus, and captured one of Wayne's arms with a sealing spell. After becoming a succubus, her courage was indeed much greater, or in other words, the threshold of shame was lowered by the succubus form. Haya blinked and asked curiously, how on earth did they do it? Their power of succubus, and your talent of playing the devil, I understand, it has nothing to do with the half-finished Philosopher's Stone, you are different ways to steal the 7 deadly sins of hell. This is nothing for you to worry about. It involves undercover secrets, so I won't tell you. I don't care about your secrets, I'm just curious, can you turn me into a succubus? What's the meaning? If I were a succubus, I would dare, Haya said firmly. Angel only takes action scenes and only plays positive characters, otherwise the character will collapse and Paradise will lose fans. But if the character is changed, the drama may open up. Wayne's eyes lit up and he used the 7 deadly sins to corrupt the angel. He had seen a successful case. The Lord of Jealousy had a fallen angel in his hands, and he and Heshino killed him, clearing away the shame in heaven. Wayne is ready to create an example himself. Heaven and hell are 2 evolutionary routes in different directions. Once the experiment is successful, there will definitely be significant gains. The data is valuable and will be of great benefit to Wayne. He immediately nodded and agreed, yes, I don't have any problems, but this process is very dangerous. You have to think carefully. It is difficult for me to guarantee that you will still be an angel after the experiment is completed. But your succubus was a human before she transformed, and you have always been a reincarnated angel, and have not been affected by the 7 deadly sins. Haya didn't understand why he changed when he came to her. It's because of their physical constitution, but Wayne raised his eyebrows, I haven't awakened yet. What do you think is the reason? The sin is so heavy that the sleeping memory would rather die than wake up. Haya made a pertinent comment, then I won't change. I will carry the honor of heaven when I die. The nuns are so troublesome. Wayne's addiction to experimenting got aroused, and regardless of whether Haya wanted to or not, he waved his hand to disperse a ball of black light. On the ground, the complex inverted pentagram magic array lit up, the black light exuded an ominous aura, and the sound of clattering chains sounded. Black chains came out of the magic array one after another, wrapping around Haya's limbs, neck, and waist, binding her in place. Are you crazy? Haya tried to struggle, but her newly improved mind was suppressed by the chains of the 7 deadly sins, and she fell into a state of being unable to struggle again. I thought of your use and let you fall in exchange for trust from above. In this way, I can get more and more important information, Wayne said coldly. Damn it, even though I'm not a human being, you are really a devil and you've never acted before. Whatever you say. Wainfly rubbed his hands and took 2 steps forward to start the experiment. Pooh! Flash! Wayne stepped aside and pinched Haya's mouth. The 7 deadly sins rolled a black iron ball and stuffed it into it, then transformed into 2 belts and fastened them on the back of her head. Woo-oh! Seeing that Wayne was serious, Haya opened her eyes wide and said angrily, "How about boarding?" Boarding Yin La Ginger Tea, holding the boat of pears, the pear bricks God Angel has too many raw powder to peck, bring the dregs to catch the naughty ones. Haha, this is the villain's base. You, an angel, framed me as a positive figure and you are an undercover agent. Who would believe it? Wayne looked around and said proudly, "Ottilia, Regina, please comment on this. Am I wronged by a positive person?" Ottilia covered her face and hesitated without looking. Regina complained, "Boss, we didn't understand what she was saying at all." "Why can you understand it? You must be too skilled. Hey, you little cutie, the boss likes you more and more. Come over here and give me some pampering." Turning an angel into a devil is a delicate business. Unlike Wayne, who uses his own life essence to create dependence, he is neither an angel nor a devil. The new experiment is somewhat difficult to start. He worked on Haya all night and couldn't find a breakthrough. It is very feasible to force a breakthrough, but the consequences are disastrous. It is difficult to guarantee whether Haya can turn back into an angel after being transformed into a devil. He wanted experimental data and never thought of really turning an angel into a devil. After a night of tossing and turning, Haya was barely painted black, and the 7 deadly sins were superficial and could not go deeper. Research is a delicate job, and there is no rush. At dawn, Wayne clapped his hands and left, letting 2 secretaries guard him and take the letter of introduction to the military academy for further study. The biggest secret of Prussia is right in front of us, and this is the top priority. Poirot Advanced Military Command Academy. There is no such command academy on Poirot's map. According to Christian's memory, this is not the place where senior officers should go for further study. Wayne stopped the car according to the address, looked at the cathedral-style destination, asked 2 guards to wait in the car, and walked in with a letter of introduction in plain clothes. There was no soldier inside or outside. In other words, there was no one in military uniform. The clergymen who came and went all had stiff smiles, giving people the feeling that they were machines covered in human skin. At first glance, they were hairy. After looking at them for a long time, they just wanted to escape from here immediately. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The priest, who was dressed meticulously, stepped forward and said with a gentle smile. "I'll come." Wayne took out the letter of introduction. "Excuse me, am I in the right place?" Seeing the letter of introduction, the priest smiled unchanged and nodded, "Yes, this is the Advanced Military Command Academy for officers to study, please follow me." The priest took Wayne into the confessional. After both parties sat down, the priest pushed open the small sliding door of the compartment and placed a broken red stone in front of Wayne. "Philosopher's Stone?" Wayne raised his eyebrows. The red stone the size of a fingernail was a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Or a semi-finished Philosopher's Stone. Wayne didn't touch it immediately. The newcomer didn't understand and asked, "Sir, what does this stone mean?" "Just call me Father." The priest smiled and said, "You can get this letter of introduction, which means that your loyalty and ability are outstanding among your peers. You are qualified to know the truth of the Empire and are willing to protect the secret with your life, right?" "Yes." Wayne stood up, raised his hand at a 45-degree angle, and shouted a slogan enthusiastically. "This trick has been tried and tested in Prussia." A touch of amiability appeared on the priest's stiff smile. He said, "This academy does not teach military theory. You can only get the truth here. This stone is called the Philosopher's Stone. It contains the power of miracles and the power of evolution. It is the highest technological crystallization of the empire and the power for us to defeat all opponents and even gods. Father, you are a little out of your mind. Not to mention that this is only a semi-finished fragment of the Philosopher's Stone. Even if it is a complete Philosopher's Stone, it is only a demigod in its lifetime. The power of a demigod can conquer a country, but it cannot conquer a church, let alone the gods behind the church. Wayne was very disappointed. He thought he could see a groundbreaking masterpiece, but it turned out to be just a Philosopher's Stone. Hearing about God, do you feel confused and think I'm talking nonsense? The priest smiled and said, no need to refute. The Philosopher's Stone is the highest masterpiece of alchemy. It is also called the fifth element and the miracle stone. There are too many studies involved in it, involving magic, and it is in two different worlds from your previous education. Most of the soldiers in the empire are ordinary people. We have an invincible fighting spirit and a belief that loyalty is honor, but these are not enough. Your doubts are all in this stone. Accept it and you will understand everything. The priest's slightly stiff voice sounded like the devil's whisper. Wayne nodded blankly and raised his hand to hold the fragment of the Philosopher's Stone in his palm. Awua.jpg. The Book of Greed swept over. In an instant, a strange knowledge poured in. Different from knowledge about nature and death, the Book of Greed sent this information to the cover. In Wayne's mind, scenes with pictures and texts emerged, telling him what real power is. Humans have their limits. Flesh and blood are weak and destined to experience birth, aging, illness and death. If you want to evolve, you must change yourself. Prussia has developed a new evolutionary route, scientifically known as mechanical armament. Among the countless possibilities of evolution, mechanical transformation has the greatest potential. It can replace the weak human body, transmit nerve signals through machinery, merge human thinking with a blank machine, and then achieve true immortality by replacing the mechanical body. Machinery has endless possibilities. With a mechanical carrier, people can not only live forever, but also gain extraordinary power. From the simplest prosthesis, to the brain in a petri dish, to the mechanical body controlled by nerve signals, to the final free switching between humans and machines, it has become an unprecedented evolutionary route on the God-chosen continent. The pictures and texts change one after another, showing the inspiration source of mechanical armament and the final concept map of the finished product. In the last picture, in the vast starry universe, interstellar battleships shuttled back and forth. Wherever the fleet passed, it was invincible. Sizzle. Wayne swallowed his saliva, his eyes sparkled, and he scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. The thick and hard gun barrel attracted him immediately. Who wouldn't want to carry a battleship main gun with a caliber of more than 400 mm that could hit the soul with one shot? Big is justice. Caliber is truth. Seeing Wayne's obsessed face, little Wayne hurriedly advised that it was false justice and evil ways. Hurry up and stand up. The original factory original is the best. Little Wayne, wake up, you traitor. Poseidon didn't convince you, but a pie in the sky PPT can get you. Wayne, but there are tank girls, machine girls, and ship girls in the PPT, so many wives? Regardless of whether it is pie or not, just tell me if it smells good. Little Wayne, this seems to smell good. Wayne's eyes were like torches, and he said excitedly, Father, I saw a new world, and a door is opening to me. The power of the devil is nothing compared to it. I feel that the power I have obtained is far from enough. What should I do to continue to become stronger? The implication is where the warehouse is. Don't worry, the war has just begun, you have enough time to get familiar with the new power. Wayne's excitement was expected by the priest. No one can resist the charm of machinery, and he did the same at that time. He said slowly, every once in a while, someone will give you a small piece of Philosopher's Stone. You are a soldier. If you want to get more evolution, you must establish merits on the battlefield and exchange medals for your future. Good guy, you still want to roll after you have evolved. Wayne nodded repeatedly. When do I have to wait until next time to come to the church to find you? No, your information has been logged in. After the network evaluation is completed, someone will naturally find you. No way, we even have a regional network? Have satellites been launched? You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 446. After leaving the church, Wayne got into a military car. The enthusiasm on his face was slightly restrained, and he closed his eyes and took a nap on the way back. Wayne was very enthusiastic about the idea of mechanical armament and confirmed that this thing could be used on the pale night. The Book of Greed was eaten, which showed that this idea really existed. The omnipotent universe did contain the evolutionary path of mechanical ascension. In other words, the ship girl really existed in the God-chosen continent. It is very likely that the submarines mass-produced by Prussia are a group of female soldiers. Little Wayne was eager to make a move, so he asked Wayne to go to the sea to shoot one and see what size their torpedo tubes were. Wayne ignored it. The information he got was very limited, not enough to make his dream come true. At the same time, he also confirmed that the goal of this trip to Prussia was not only the devil and the gate of hell, but also the philosopher's stone that recorded the mechanical armament. Before being refined into the philosopher's stone, the demigod's brain hole amazed Wayne. This person walked a path that had never been taken before, and he was undoubtedly a super genius. The question is, who turned the demigod into the philosopher's stone? It is unlikely that there are other gods behind Prussia. No one has walked this road, which means there are no obstacles ahead. It is impossible for gods to give generously. Oh, it is possible. After all, granting evolution is to strengthen oneself, and the benefits are equivalent to developing a new church. The goddess of death has been pretending to be dead. Could it be her? In the office, Wayne crossed his legs on the table and muttered to himself, the possibility of darkness is not high. If she got this evolutionary path, she would not wrong herself to show off in front of me. Of course it is impossible. She is currently the first sister, second only to the father. Her goal should be to catch all the goddesses in one fell swoop. The sun don't say it, the sun knight grows mushrooms all the time, and the fighting style is indeed very similar. As for the moonlight goddess, I always feel that this goddess has no sense of existence. I remember that the headquarters of the Sun and Moonlight churches are both located in Greece. The two goddesses have a good relationship. They should be wary of the goddess of nature. Wayne shook his head for a while. The target cannot be limited to goddesses. The possibility of the demon king of hell is also very high. There is no god in hell. Once the mechanical weapon is completed, any demon king can ascend to the throne and become a real demon god. Think about it carefully, heaven is also possible. Hayes' fighting style is full of futuristic science fiction, which means that heaven has also studied mechanical ascension, at least there is a corresponding laboratory. The father ran away from home, and without a parent, the biggest child in the family grew ambitious and secretly planned to become a god. The scope is too large, and I can't figure out the direction at once. Wayne raised his hand and snapped his fingers, calling Odelia to help him rub his headache temple, muttering, the fragments of the philosopher's stone are only given to the followers of the head of state. According to the top-down template of faith, the head of state is the ultimate beneficiary. Could he be a god or demigod in disguise? Wayne analyzed various possibilities and unknowingly lay on the sofa, resting his head on Odelia's thighs, enjoying the massage of his girlfriend's secretary. After a while, he stood up and went to the abyss projection space as a routine, extracted the 7 deadly sins from the devil container, and then sent it to the small black room in the bunker to unlock the angel seal. The angel seal has been unlocked, but this does not affect his exploitation of the devil container. The more knowledge of the 7 deadly sins, the better, and learning makes him happy. Hayes' experiment was not idle. After several days of operation, Hayes saw Wayne's thoughts. The main purpose was to collect experimental data, and the secondary purpose was to make her angry. He didn't really intend to turn her into a devil. It wouldn't work if it was fake. Every time the experiment was conducted, Hayes' eyes were blazing, and she wanted to cut the devil into pieces on the spot. The experiment went very badly. Wayne had no idea how to start with the reincarnated angel. He was not the great devil of hell. He couldn't do what the Lord of Jealousy could do. It was still a little short of the heat. And the Lord of Jealousy's pollution was not reversible and could not be switched freely, so he didn't look down on it. Wayne had a new goal, to transform an angel into a devil, and then restore the transformed devil to an angel. April 10. A black car stopped at the door of the welfare home. Wayne signed for 2 document boxes and attached a task book. There are 2 file boxes, one of which is for him. It contains a fragment of the Philosopher's Stone, which records the information of mechanical fusion. According to the network evaluation, he has the potential to develop into a battleship. The ship girl does not have one, but the ship boy does have one. Prussia's mechanical weapons currently have 3 evolutionary directions, corresponding to the Navy, Army, and Air Force. The sergeants of the SS and the Wehrmacht have been transformed to varying degrees. Usually, the higher the rank, the more resources they get. Wayne has limited information at hand, and he guesses that there must be a unified process when the 3 armies evolve to the end. In the concept map of the PPT, humans become machines, similar to magicians practicing magic and becoming elves, and the 2 forms can be switched. The technology is very mature. Mature technology means that this road has been paved by people, using the Philosopher's Stone to exert the life field, change the life form of the outside world, and grant evolution or pollution. The level of pollution is extremely high, which can change humans and devil containers. For example, Christian, who was impersonated by Wayne, firmly believed that Christian's devilish form could not resist the changes of the machine, and he would return to the right path and become a member of the 3 armies. Battleship, Christian. Wayne absorbed all the information in the Philosopher's Stone. It is a disposable stone, and it is dry after absorbing it. He stepped back, and in the surprised gazes of the 2 secretaries, his arm turned into a pale cannon barrel. Boss, does this count as evolution? Obviously, it is a root of evolution. Wayne frowned, and there was a desire to explode from the muzzle. The fragments of the Philosopher's Stone can bestow magic power. My body has become a machine, and the ammunition is made of thinking and magic power. From this perspective, I have not broken away from the concept of a magician. Although it does not break away from the concept of magicians, the destructive power of mechanical weapons is far beyond the comparison of ordinary magicians. After a few shots, the Golden Mage's life barrier cannot stop it at all. In addition, the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone seem to be endless, which means that Prussia has super explosive ability and frightening war potential. She can really push the entire God's Choice continent. But there are also weaknesses. The mechanical weapons converted by ordinary people lack magic power and have a limited bomb load, so they cannot be reloaded infinitely. If you put it in the Air Force, tisk tisk, the bomber has to hang 2 auxiliary fuel tanks. It is surprisingly scientific. Wayne was joking, but he knew very well that this strange Philosopher's Stone could contaminate the devil's container and change the life essence of a golden mage. Gold and legendary mages will be affected by the life field, and the war machines they transform into can be imagined to be destructive. With enough magic power, only a few bombers can destroy the entire London arsenal. Once an air battle occurs, the result will be one-sided. A fighter jet controlled by normal soldiers cannot be an opponent of mechanical weapons in any case. There is no need to think about naval battles. The impressive hit rate of the Windsor Royal Navy cannot beat the Prussian ship girl on the opposite side. This stone must be destroyed. Wayne made up his mind to thank nature for its gifts, whether from the perspective of world peace or personal interests. He opened the second box, still full of fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. How many fragments did they create? This thing should be very scarce. Boss, won't you eat these stones? You may not believe it, but the higher UPS believe that angels can also be contaminated. Wayne showed the mission sheet in his hand, but he didn't believe it anyway. Prussian senior officials were too optimistic and lacked understanding of the demigod realm. Hea and Dilda have awakened, and there is no golden triangle in their bodies. Like Heshino/Mona, they are both demigod-level powerhouses. Using a philosopher's stone forged from demigods to contaminate a complete demigod has almost zero chance of success. Wayne didn't have high hopes, but since the above arranged it and asked for a report, the necessary cutscenes were necessary. I mean, it's easy for everyone to explain. Let's go to the basement. Bunker, small dark room. Wayne took 2 secretaries to find Hea, who was wrapped in chains and cursed when he saw Wayne. Stop scolding, you are an angel, you talk so dirty, you have ruined the image of heaven. X2. Why can't I understand? X2. The mission is coming. This is very important. I hope you will cooperate. Wayne opened the file box and said to Hea solemnly, the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone are enough to change the life essence of the Devil's container and let it embark on another evolutionary path. He showed off his thick barrel and stood in front of Hea, making the walking lusty face turn black. After Wayne's training in the past few days, Hea's thinking was extremely sensitive, and she strongly suspected that the damn devil was playing tricks on her. I hope you won't worry about my previous offenses. I am also trying to rectify the name of heaven. We angels will not be polluted by the 7 deadly sins. If you are an angel for one day, you will be an angel for the rest of your life. Wabi, babu babu. From the standpoint of heaven, Wayne talked about a lot of truths and praised Hea's sacrifice. Regardless of whether she actively participated in the experiment, her contribution was indelible and worthy of being remembered and admired by all angels. Bang bang bang. X3. As he spoke, Wayne took the lead in applauding, and the 2 secretaries also clapped. One big bastard, plus 2 little bastards. Hea glared at the 3 of them and cursed loudly, Okay, let's untie it now. I'm drooling all over the floor when I look at you. Wayne waved his hand to untie the restraints in Hea's mouth. The latter had no restraints and was ready to spit out fragrance. Think clearly before you scold me. If you dare to say anything, you won't be able to talk today. Hea's tongue was shaking, sore and numb. There was no ball covered with pulp in her mouth, and she forgot how to speak for a while. Habit, it's a very bad habit. Seeing that she was honest, Wayne waved the chains away and let her move freely for a while. Hea moved her hands and feet, rushed towards Wayne with a quick step, and hit Wayne directly in the face with her fists. Wayne raised the muzzle, and half of Hea's arm was inserted directly into it. Her eyes lit up, and she remembered the image of the demon god's shadow smashing the dragon, and turned around and threw it over her shoulder. Oh! Didn't fall out. Ha! X4. Look at the sword. Wayne remained motionless and stabbed Hea's waist with his finger. A numbing pain swept through his whole body. The walking lust transformed into a trembling flower on the spot, and he shivered and stepped aside. Although his eyes were still angry, he finally calmed down. Devil, wait, I will make you pay the price after I get out of this. Forget it, I will be awakened by then, do you dare? Wayne raised his eyebrows. You. Hea looked horrified and said in surprise, "You remembered who you are, right?" "No. No, you must have awakened." Hea was a little at a loss, her hot temper was restrained, and she suddenly became obedient. Wayne raised his hand and pointed at the fingertips. "Although our identities in heaven are slightly different, I have not awakened my memory. You don't have to be so embarrassed. I am still just a human being." "You, really remembered it?" Hea bowed slightly. "Do you still remember me, the angel Fu?" "I don't care who you are, anyway, your status in heaven is not as high as mine." "That is awakening." Hea nodded secretly. After awakening, Wayne was no longer Wayne. The grudges between the two were wiped out. He turned and said, "Since you have awakened, I'd better report my name. Angel Frey, do you remember it?" "I don't remember." "Let me see your holy marks, maybe I can remember it." Wayne leaned over and said. Hea nodded, unbuttoned his shirt and was about to show it. "Okay, I'm just teasing you, but you take it seriously." Wayne hurriedly stopped. "I was just talking casually, I didn't awaken, I just tested it. Now it seems that you know who I am, and I really have a high status in heaven." Hea nodded. "I understand, your identity is very important, I won't spread it, and you haven't awakened yet. It's over. The fun is over." Wayne regretted it very much. As smart as he was, he made a low-level mistake of not being able to distinguish between a full meal and a full meal. He secretly said that it was unlucky and didn't say anything more. Time will prove everything. It won't be long before Hea will figure it out. Archangel Hexunyo has not awakened and is still a devil in human skin. No exaggeration or understatement, Wayne is still very confident in this regard. He pointed to the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone and said, "Don't underestimate these rags. The information inside is very novel. It is a new version that you and I have never seen. The devil's container is nothing in front of it." Prussia firmly believes that angels can also be controlled and will be affected by this information. "This is impossible," Hea said firmly. "I think so too." Wayne shrugged. Using Siloxia's little head, he knew that the probability of success was 0. If Hea was contaminated, he would eat these stones. "It's impossible for you. For the magicians on the chosen continent, these Philosopher's Stone fragments are moving natural disasters. I am going to start the investigation of the processing plant. It cannot be exposed at present. Please bear with it and help me complete the task through the process." "No problem." Hea stretched out his hand and pressed on the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone, actively receiving internal information. "I'm just standing there, what can you do to me?" LE.jpg. 2 seconds later, Hea's confident smile froze, and then turned into fear. She trembled and took back her hand. There was disbelief in her eyes first, and then confusion. "What's wrong?" Wayne put down the file box, stepped forward and grabbed Hea's arm. The moment his thoughts came in, he sensed her changing life essence. This is impossible. The facts were right in front of him, and Wayne couldn't help but believe it. The life evolution level of mechanical ascension was higher than that of angels. Hea was polluted and could not be driven away by her own strength. Relax your mind and remember your form as an angel. Wayne's eyes turned pale, and his 5 fingers tightened and merged into Hea's arm. The tentacles of his thoughts turned into precise scalpels, removing the invading pollution and rolling it into his body. 10 minutes later, Hea stood by the wall with a pale face, and there was still some fear in her eyes. The surgeon Wayne finished the operation, his face was also not good, the dark haze shrouded his heart, and he spoke with difficulty, "This is not the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Prussia has a god, and only gods can change demigods. The Father unified the gods' chosen continent, defeated all competitors, and became the only one in the whole world. It is suspected that he has embarked on the evolutionary path of the ancient gods. Hea is not an ordinary demigod. The evolutionary sequence of angels is definitely higher than that of elves. Angels can't resist it. Other demigods. Wayne swallowed his saliva. Prussia's muddy water is deeper than he imagined. The black technology not only leads the God's chosen continent, but also surpasses the Church and the kingdom of God. Which God is secretly planning? At this time, Wayne no longer considered that the mustache leader was the mastermind behind the scenes. This is undoubtedly a power that only gods can master, but it is just covered with a layer of philosopher's stone. No wonder they are so confident, no wonder the devil is keeping a low profile here. The unreasonable number of philosopher's stone fragments can also explain it. Wayne squinted at Hea. You can't resist the new evolution, and you are destined to become a traitor to heaven. If you stop now, I will be exposed. Hea's face turned pale. I would rather die than fall. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. Wayne took away all the information in the file box, accepted the loss, and ate all the stones. Are you going to expose yourself? Hea was very moved. Don't be silly, with such a big crisis, even heaven is at risk of being captured. How could I choose to expose myself for you? Wayne hummed, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. As a professional team, I have my own way. Regina, I will wrong you for a while. Boss, can you wrong others? Regina stepped forward with a bitter look on her face. Be good, I'll buy you a bag next time. Wayne raised his hand and pressed it on Regina's face, and a ball of white foam spurted out, creating a walking lust leather sheath and putting it on Regina. Then, the newly acquired information law simulation made Hea seem to have evolved into mechanical weapons. Hea stood next to Wayne with a look of aggrievement, raising her hand to use the sealing technique. She didn't want to live in a small dark room, so she asked to be replaced by Odelia. What are you thinking about? You are the librarian and she is the proprietress of the library. They are different. Regina's vision went dark, and she suspected that her boss was looking at her. The administrator could become the boss's wife. The key was whether she wanted to make progress. Hea was stunned. Before she could ask any questions, she saw Wayne touching his chin and examining himself. With your size, it's almost impossible to dress up as Regina. Using magic will cause the magic power to fluctuate, so you can only become a succubus. Wayne took out his half-finished philosopher's stone, applied a layer of white foam, and pressed it between Hea's eyebrows. The black belt of the 7 deadly sins wrapped around the plump and graceful figure. The chapter of lust played, and the transformed birth included horns, flesh wings, and long-tailed succubus. After putting on a layer of skin, Regina and Hea's identities changed. Wayne narrowed his eyes. Regina, from now on, you are a walking lust. The angel has been successfully transformed into a mechanical weapon. Someone will definitely want to see you. Remember to keep in touch with me then. This is very important, understand? Oh. Don't be sulky. Go back to London and the boss will treat you to a movie. How about that? Boss, this is punishment. You are indeed itchy. Wayne hit Regina's head with a knife, waved a black chain to restrain her, then looked at Hea, raised his eyebrows and said, I have to say, only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. You have become charming. The devil is so nasty. Hea looked collapsed. Although there was a lot of fabric on her body, she felt an uncontrollable sense of shame, feeling that her angelic heart would fall at any time. Hey, someone is here. Wayne frowned and asked the 2 secretaries to stand behind him. Odelia transformed into a succubus and stood behind Wayne. Hea had no consciousness of a secretary, lowered her head and got into the chains, and found that she was already in place. So who am I? Idiot, you are Regina now, come to me. Wayne called him to his side with a dark face and warned, the person coming is the devil's vessel. You are not allowed to speak or make any noise next. Do you understand? I understand and wouldn't put you in a bad situation. Hea nodded. It was shameful to wear the skin of a succubus, but this was the best result. Wayne was protecting her, and she must be grateful for this kindness. Bang! The door to the small dark room was pushed open. Two orcs, one with the head of a wolf and the other with the head of a tiger, walked into the house. Rage and gluttony. The two demon kings returned to the world, howling to divide Dilda and Hea, but failed to find the target. After some physical communication, they learned that the two reincarnated angels were autistic and were transferred to the bunker of the orphanage. Without saying a word, he came directly to kill him. On the way, they all mingled with the soldiers who blocked the road. Entering the room, the two demon kings were immediately stunned. Two succubi with excellent qualifications and smart eyes are by no means ordinary devil containers, nor are they one-time transformation consumables. The furious wolf head looked sinister. The vessel of lust, is she here too? The gluttonous tiger head looked at the ground, noticing the empty gravel in the box, and said with a ferocious look on his face, "Damn it, I'm too late, the angel is contaminated." You two demon kings, shouldn't you laugh out loud with joy when you see the angel fall? I got the wrong script. The two demon kings didn't know their script. Wayne knew it very well. He stepped forward to block the unconscious Hea and said coldly, "Devils of hell, this is not the place you should be. Go back to the projection space and squat." "Who are you?" "The new person in charge of the orphanage is Major General Christian." "Major General? A Major General dares to speak loudly to us, and your Marshal is about the same." Fury said with a dark face, "The reincarnated angels are the trophies of hell and have nothing to do with Prussia. Now that you have studied them, hand them over." "Sorry, I only obey the orders of the Führer." Wayne looked contemptuous and sneered, "As for you two, this is Prussia, not hell, and this is not a place where you can be arrogant. Just go back and hunker down, and don't force me to help you with your dignity. Asshole." Court Death. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 447. The two demon kings were furious, their imposing aura radiated through their bodies, and a thick black mist swirled around their bodies. At the end of the darkness, two huge figures looked down at all living beings. When they looked into each other's demon eyes, they could only feel thunder exploding in their ears, their minds aching, and their brains going blank and unable to think. Odalia's face turned pale, and the horrible oppression made her unable to breathe. She fell into the muddy swamp, and it was extremely difficult to move. Regina, who was transformed by Hea, showed fear at the right time. Wayne also wanted to show his weakness, but the Demon King's target was the two angels. He planned to send Regina, who was transformed by Hea, into the enemy's base camp to find the fragment processing plant of the Philosopher's Stone. At the critical moment, how could he give up all his efforts? What if he was a Demon King? Today, he was fighting the Demon King. Wayne took a step forward, and two white arms emerged from his back. With the sound of mechanical gears spinning, two gun barrels with a shining metallic luster were placed on his shoulders. Touching a large number of Philosopher's Stone fragments, the mechanical weapons he mastered were quite impressive. The buff of the last Pale Knight was enough to compete with the two weakened Demon Kings. Asshole! The furious wolf had flashed scarlet eyes, and was already extremely angry. Since he came to Prussia, the Demon King's majesty has been declining again and again. Here, everyone's faith is the head of the party, and the name of the Demon King is not useful at all. The marshals of the Navy, Army, and Air Force have a tough attitude. Everyone is a collaborator. The Demon King recognizes the strength of the other party. A mere Major General dares to grin. Rage, there is no need to lower your status and get angry with a Major General, Gluttony suddenly said. The tiger-headed man dispersed his momentum and said indifferently, "Prussia is our ally. For the sake of everyone's happy cooperation, follow the rules of the world and go through the process for a while." What? Rage was unbelievable, suspecting that gluttony had eaten his brain. Otherwise, he would not say such a brainless statement. The angel is destined to be ours, so what's the harm in waiting? After saying that, gluttony turned and left. Rage was thoughtful, snorted coldly and followed him. The two figures returned to the abyss projection space, and Rage's face faded away. His eyes were cold and chilling. This country lacks respect for life. I don't like it here. Then what do you want to do? Open the door to hell. Gluttony said calmly, you and I know that Prussia doesn't care about the power of hell. The devil container is made only to cover up the source of their powerful power. Without enough believers and sacrificial ceremonies, you and I can't really come, and we can't open the door to hell. Prussia has a special research on hell and mass-produced devil-level containers. Some time ago, the two devils, Gluttony and Rage, sensed that there were their own containers in the world. They were idle, so they came to fool humans to pass the time. Unexpectedly, Prussia brought them a great surprise. Mechanical weapons, a new path never seen before. The two demon kings knew the value of this evolutionary path, which had unlimited potential and the possibility of becoming a god. In order to prevent other demon kings from interfering, the two demons joined forces to control this place and prevent the possibility of the news from being leaked. Just when the two demons were about to force their way in, the three marshals arrived and brought them a little mechanical shock. According to the three marshals, there was a stronger person with higher evolution above them. Who was it? The three marshals did not say, and the two demon kings did not ask. The demon kings did not care who this person was, but only cared about where Prussia got the evolutionary path from. Just like Wayne's guess was fruitless, the two demon kings could not figure out who was secretly planning everything. The temptation of becoming a god was too great, and the two demon kings were unwilling to leave. From time to time, they would come to Prussia for a stroll, waiting for the opportunity to snatch the evolutionary path. They knew very well that Prussia's research on hell and the manufacture of demon king containers were never covetous of the power of hell, but put hell in the open to attract the attention of the outside world in order to secretly develop the power of mechanical armed forces. From the great devil of hell to a watchdog, and being used as a gun, Gluttony and Rage felt aggrieved. The great opportunity to become a god is just around the corner. If you miss this opportunity, you don't know when you will have to wait for the next one. Compared with the boring waiting for endless years, a little humiliation can be endured. Let's see how arrogant he is, and then let him pay double back. With this idea in mind, the two demon kings started to study mechanical weapons and successfully stole some information and sent it back to hell for research. They did not learn and master this new knowledge in the first time. Power is not good or bad, but power will have a master. Before they are sure who the mechanical weapons belong to, the two demon kings dare not act rashly. Find the holder, kill him, and occupy this new track. This is the plan of the two demon kings. Before that, everything can be tolerated. I am really getting angrier and angrier. You can endure it? Why, there is still a dish called suffering on your menu, Rage sneered. Compared with the infinite future, the short present is becoming the past every moment. Why should I be angry? Gluttony sneered in response. Smiling on the surface, but inwardly MMP, the 7 deadly sins are common, and gluttony is also extremely angry. What do you think of the strength of that Major General just now? Very strong, obviously a strange face, but I have the illusion that I can't take him down in a short time. Prussia is a country that develops too fast, Fury said with a dark face. Coincidentally, I have the same illusion. Gluttony's face was ugly. In places where we can't see it, the belief in mechanical weapons has advanced by leaps and bounds, to the point where we can't defeat it unless we come in real form. Is it that exaggerated? The Major General is so powerful, what about the Marshal of the 3 armed forces, and what about the being who truly holds the belief? Reasonable and well-founded, Rage cannot be refuted. Yes, a mere major general is so powerful. If you want to take away this path of evolution, you must come in person to be sure of victory. And it must be done quickly. If you delay for a while, the arrival of the real body will be in vain. Gluttony, what's your plan? It is impossible for the true body to come, unless we can break the seal of heaven, but if the true body does not come, it is meaningless to destroy the mind a little bit. Gluttony squinted his eyes and said, it would be best if we could lead the Heavenly Father's Holy See to fight against Prussia. Moreover, the angels have already arrived and are contaminated by mechanical weapons. Spreading this news will not only win half the battle, but at least it can turn the water around, mix it up. The Heavenly Father's Holy See is too slow in doing things. Furious frowned, I have a good idea. There is a guest visiting. He is an aborigine of the abyss, named Sosna. He believes in darkness. You can throw him out and use him as a chess piece to explore the path. Gluttony understood the meaning of fury, and asked Sosna to explore the way and make a big fuss to find the source of the mechanical weapons. The two of them waited for the opportunity to seize all the knowledge. But it's feasible, but you have to think clearly. An abyss native who believes in darkness suddenly returns to hell. What is his true purpose? Becoming a god, he wants to become a god in hell. X2. It's so easy for hell to give birth to gods. The 7 demon kings themselves became it. These outsiders all have higher aspirations than the sky. They really think that destiny is mine. The 7 demon kings are all idiots who have fallen for themselves. Isn't this great? Keep on being arrogant with this idea. The two looked at each other and felt that this plan was feasible, and discussed. Sosna wants the 7 deadly sins and a piece of territory, which can be given to him at the cost of destroying the city of Buro and opening the gate to hell in Prussia. He won't open the gates of hell, will he? That's right, he only works but fails to do anything, and fails the second before the gate of hell opens. Enough. I'll go back to find him right now. What about the 2 angels? Leave it alone for now, it's ours, it will be ours after all. That's right, what's mine is ultimately mine. X2. Other side. Wayne left Regina, who had transformed into Hea, and asked her to squat in the dark room, and led the 2 succubus secretaries back to the office. After making the call, wait patiently for a reply from your superior. Boss, will it be dangerous if you send Regina out? Odelia asked worriedly. It was because of the danger that he turned into a walking lust. You know, I feel sorry for you the most. Wayne held Odelia's hand and gave her a loving look. Boss, can you please stop using that face to talk sweetly to me? I feel like I'm having an affair, stepping on both sides of the world, and being a scumbag. Odelia pulled out her hand, feeling extremely sick. Wayne changed back to his own face. Now, isn't it better? I feel like you are having an affair, stepping on countless boats, and you are a scumbag. Odelia complained. Wayne rolled his eyes, grabbed Odelia's hand, took the artistic girl into his arms, lowered his head for a deep kiss, and said with a sigh, don't worry, my mind is always in touch with Regina, and I'm with you. Look, you will be safe when encountering danger, and you won't let your little sisters suffer. You are getting better and better towards her. Is there any? Well, it started when you saw her twin sister. Ah, this. Wayne and his secretary were flirting with each other, and the scum was overflowing to the point where it couldn't be added to. Hea said that she didn't see it. She didn't understand or figure out why the adult became like this. Was he pure as promised? There are 7 deadly sins in hell, and correspondingly, there are 7 virtues in heaven. Hea guessed that Wayne was the reincarnation of Archangel Heshino in the human world, and he had already awakened. The question came, why is the Archangel who represents purity so filthy in the human world? First, he skillfully uses the 7 deadly sins, and then he skillfully plays with people's hearts, or he is very skillful in coaxing a girl, or he locks her in the basement and tries to make her degenerate into a succubus. No matter which angle you look at it, these have nothing to do with purity. Did the archangel fall, or was he suppressed in heaven for too long and started to let himself go after coming to the world? Thinking of this, Hea's eyes lit up. Yes, no wonder the archangel was clearly awakened but still refused to admit it. Shame is causing trouble, but the archangel still wants to lose face. Who are you? What are you muttering about there? Wayne frowned and said unhappily, I always feel that you are thinking about something very rude. My secretary will suffer on your behalf, and you will work in place of my secretary. Is that okay? Is there a possibility that in heaven, I worked as your secretary for a period of time? Hea cursed in her heart, putting aside the truth, the person in front of her was the archangel she longed for, and returning to her old career was just what she wanted. She nodded, took 2 steps forward and stood behind Wayne. When she saw the coquettish succubus in the arms of the archangel, she frowned. With your status, you shouldn't be so close to the succubus. If it spreads, it will harm you. If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, no one will know. Wayne spoke for Odelia. Besides, she turned into a succubus to protect you. If you were not the only succubus who would arouse suspicion, she would have turned into a human form long ago. You should thank her. Thank you. X2. Wayne lowered his head and stared at Odelia. The newcomer is too boring. He can neither blush nor complain. He is worse than Regina and cannot be a part of the love play. It's so eye-catching, like a light bulb. Odelia lay in Wayne's arms, looking at the serious succubus Hea, squinting her eyes and said, Boss, what do you think she will become after she falls? Wayne didn't say anything. Just like angels don't like succubus, Odelia is influenced by the emotions of succubus and doesn't like angels. Here, to avoid causing a death, he didn't follow the topic. Angels or demons, Mona and Odelia are pure accidents, and he doesn't want to get in touch with them. Big, Wayne, how are you going to deal with the abyss projection and the 2 demon kings? Hea asked. Call me boss, you are a secretary now, you have to learn to put yourself in my shoes. Wayne touched his chin and said, the threat of Prussia's mechanical weapons is far greater than that of the Hell Demon King, and it will cause devastating pollution to the human world and heaven. In this way, there is no need to rush to drive away the Hell Demon King. Looking at their cowardly looks, we know that they are greedy for mechanical weapons and want to use this evolutionary path for themselves. Are you going to let Prussia and the Demon King fight each other? I have this idea. After determining the location of the enemy headquarters, I will reveal the information to the Demon King and let them be the first to come out. Wayne's mouth curled up. To deal with evil and crooked ways, you have to use evil and crooked means. You can't always let positive people like him bleed and sacrifice. Positive people should control the overall situation behind the scenes, not leave unless necessary, and come out to clean up the mess after laughing to the end. Ding-ling-ling. The phone on the desk rang, and the succubus Odelia, who was sitting by the whip, slightly turned sideways, and handed the microphone to Wayne's ear with her long tail rolled up. Heil. Okay, I got it. I will stick to my post and wait for orders at any time. No, I have no complaints. Our honor is called loyalty. This is the creed of every SS member. I always keep it in mind. After hanging up the phone, Wayne curled his lips. It's so easy to come. There is another batch of Philosopher's Stone fragments waiting for me to sign. On the other side of the phone, it was from Paul, the former director of the welfare home. After Wayne became the new director, Paul was promoted and transferred. The call told Wayne that a large wave of Philosopher's Stone fragments would arrive at the welfare home soon. The new director Wayne was responsible for signing, all of which were used to contaminate the reincarnated angels. Prussia was too cautious and believed that mechanical weapons could contaminate angels, but just in case, he decided to increase the dosage. In the next 3 days, several boxes of Philosopher's Stone will be delivered every day. Wayne is required not to go anywhere, but to stay in the welfare home and wait for the express delivery. In his spare time, he will write a report. When the mission is over, those who should be promoted will be promoted, those who should be awarded medals will be awarded medals, and the loyal Major General Christian will be summoned by the head of state in person. The time is not right. By the time the summons are made, Major General Christian may have rebelled. Wayne murmured, and the plan changed again and again. It would be difficult for him to meet the head of state with the mustache as Christian. I hope the devil can help me and successfully assassinate Hitler for world peace. April 15th. 5 days passed in a flash. Wayne signed for the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone every day, and the Book of Greed was full of oil. It wanted to improve too much. The Book of Greed was unsatisfied, and Wayne never stopped it. Only when the Book of Greed took it, he could take it, and everyone could improve together. Good thing. Today is an important day for the Superior to receive the mechanical angel. Wayne prepared the mission report and the reincarnated angel Hea, who has completely become a mechanical believer. The latter is dressed in a SS uniform, well-fitting, heroic and charming. A very handsome tiger skin. Because of Wayne's stereotype, wearing this outfit, the walking lust must also be corrected, becoming a double-system big sister who is abstinent and imprisoned. Of course, the reason of Regina's inner self is not ruled out. She is a Prussian, and this outfit is very suitable. Boss, this dress is so tight, my chest is stuffy, and I can't breathe. I squatted in the small dark room for 5 days. You promised to buy me new clothes and change that set of cosmetics. You can't break your promise. Boss, speak up. Regina had a tense face and complained in her mind. The horror of the small dark room was far beyond imagination. She was very aggrieved and had to be coaxed to continue working overtime. Okay, I'll go on a date with you when we get back to London, okay. Don't give me that, it's obviously you and Odelia going on a date, let me see you two showing off your affection. Just tell me if you're on the date. As Wayne was talking, he suddenly noticed 3 sights coming from behind him. Judging from the direction, it should be the projection space of the abyss where the Demon King is. Why are there 3 sights, and another Demon King has come to the world? Wayne wanted to see who it was, and several black cars slowly drove over and stopped at the door of the welfare home. Major General Christian, thank you for your hard work. A man with a dignified face pushed the door open and walked out, his facial features slightly stiff, smiling and extending his hand to Wayne. Mr. Lieutenant General, this is my job. For the head of state, I am not afraid of bloodshed and sacrifice. It's just staying up late to work overtime, which is clearly a blessing. Wayne looked loyal. Well said, this is the blessing given to us by the Führer. The Lieutenant General nodded with satisfaction, shook hands with Wayne, and looked at the expressionless Hea next to him. Mr. Lieutenant General, this is the target of the mission, the former reincarnated angel. The report is in the box and you can receive it at any time. Is her condition stable? Very stable, and she has learned fluent Prussian. Very good, the war is about to start, and the Empire needs her strength. Mr. Lieutenant General, about the war, please don't get me wrong, I know that the country is about to go to war with Frank, I don't want to stay in the rear all the time, if possible, I hope I can appear on the front line. Wayne saluted. Don't be impatient. Frank has the world's best army and a pretty good air force. Even we don't have the confidence to take over that territory in a short time. You will have a chance to shine. The Lieutenant General was very satisfied with Wayne's loyalty. He patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, in addition, you don't need to ask me to go to the front line. The head of state will give you the opportunity to express your feelings in person. Wayne didn't say anything, his face flushed with excitement. Acting at the level of an actor. Regina is not so good. The Prussian native played the SS and stumbled. Then she put on a layer of Hea's skin. The role was so difficult that she was unable to interpret it. In order to avoid being exposed, she became a quiet beauty with few words at Wayne's request. If you talk too much, you will lose. If you don't talk, there will be no problem. The two shared vision. Wayne read the lines in her ear, and she was responsible for retelling them with a cold face. Wayne watched Regina get into the car. As the motorcade drove away, one of the three sights disappeared. It's so fast, how long has it been hungry? I haven't made a nest yet. Wayne muttered and turned to the office. Regina has gone, get ready, we should set off too. Wayne took two secretaries to the bunker and met Dilda in the last small dark room. The latter was still in the shape of a cross and star. He woke up a few days ago and pretended to be seriously injured and unconscious as planned. Now he has recovered. In this way, Wayne has gathered 2 angels and 2 succubi. With strong troops and horses, great things can be expected. There is no need to be afraid of breaking into the Prime Minister's office of the new empire. One of the devils has already set off. Let them test the bottom, and we will act later. Wayne closed his eyes to sense Regina's position and found that the convoy was heading to the suburbs, not the Prime Minister's office. He secretly said it was a pity. After today, if you want to get close to the mustache, you can only use force. Hea's real name in heaven is Frey, a seat angel. It is said that she was once a civilian staff member and later joined the Angel Corps. She is a very violent fighting angel. Just like that guy, the clerk-turned-warrior is very fierce in fighting. Dilda's real name in heaven is Fred. He is also an angel. His combat power is not high, but he is good at defense, protection, and treatment. He is a very good nurse. In the first battle after awakening, Dilda was beaten by the devil and became autistic. He was upset and ready to fight again to prove himself. He looked at Hea, who had turned into a succubus, curiously. Even if it was just a layer of skin, it was too depraved. He said, "You are a walking lust, why do you take it seriously?" Hea glared at Dilda with a cold face and warned him not to talk nonsense. Dilda shrugged and guessed that it was related to Wayne. To make the hot-tempered Hea obedient, Wayne's identity in heaven must be extraordinary. It is very likely that he is a wise angel among the upper angels. If he is a little bolder, the highest seraph is not impossible. This is really impossible. There is no such devilish seraph. There is no trace of acting at all. Jokes are jokes, but there is no need to do it seriously. Dilda himself refused. No one spoke in the small dark room. Wayne was not sarcastic. He closed his eyes and sensed Regina's position. He liked these 2 reincarnated angels very much. They were arrogant but not ruthless. They accepted the memory of being a human being instead of despising human desires. After awakening, they completely deleted their memories. Archangel Hexunio was the same. He chose to merge Mona's memory and regarded it as a part of himself. For some reason, the car overturned, and Mona took the lead and chose to merge her memory. After not listening to the training under the Archangel for a long time, Wayne couldn't help but miss it. He secretly said that he would be more aggressive after returning, and he would make up for all the scolding that he didn't do during this period. He didn't care if he was wronged a little, but he couldn't let the Archangel suffer. The convoy was far away from the city and stopped at a military camp in the mountains. Regina pushed the door and got out of the car. The whole military camp was like a cold steel fortress. Rows of soldiers stood expressionless and made uniform movements like robots. The command center of this place was set up in the cave behind the military camp. Regina followed the lieutenant general into the space, and was keenly aware of the fluctuations of the space restriction. After stepping in, Wayne could not sense her existence. Danger. At the critical moment, Regina was not afraid at all, believing that what Wayne left for her was enough to protect herself. The Lieutenant General took Regina deep into the command center, and passed through another layer of restriction, and the world in front of him suddenly became clear. This is a gray space, and the center of the world is a huge volcano. Streams of hot magma are rushing in the cracks of the ground, high-temperature air waves are rolling wantonly, and hundreds of machines are roaring to collect geothermal heat. In the sky, the volcanic ash and debris after the volcanic eruption are intertwined and surging, forming a thick black cloud, like a demon with bared fangs and claws, lingering in the sky and casting a depressing shadow. The edge of the black cloud is blurred and turbulent, like a living thing, constantly eroding and expanding outward. As it collides, static sparks flicker and jump in the clouds. Around the volcano, there are continuous military fortresses, and chariots and planes are ready to go. The number is so large that Regina is stunned. As a Prussian black flag, I feel that my country is invincible. Proud.jpg. As a traitor, I feel helpless if I can't see Prussia dominate the world. At the foot of the volcano, in a green tent, 3 men in martial uniforms are in a steel furnace, with wires and tubes inserted into their bodies, and a constant flow of geothermal or electrical energy flows into their bodies. The high temperature and high pressure in the furnace, let alone the flesh and blood body, even the tyrannical body of the legendary wizard cannot bear it. A closer look reveals that the red liquid inside the furnace is the melted fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. The 3 marshals are the highest masterpiece of Prussia, the strongest combat power above all mechanical weapons. Judging from their faces, the 3 faces are exactly the same as the 3 marshals familiar to the Prussians. They can be said to be the real ones. But the 3 marshals have important responsibilities and are very busy. It is impossible and should not be here. Are you here? The new Air Marshal. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 448. The Lieutenant General took Regina to the tent and left. Regina looked around the scene and saw the 3 marshals in the steel furnace. She thought it was a difficult situation and thought about the possibility of a sudden attack. There was no one around, and the 3 marshals seemed to be asleep. They were calculating without intention, and the success rate was as high as 70%. It's feasible. Regina nodded secretly and decided to give up. There seemed to be no one around, but there were people everywhere. Those terrifying number of tanks and planes were all alive. Once they took action, they would be surrounded by the torrent of steel. This useful body had to be kept to repay the boss for saving my life. I couldn't be stubborn and reckless. Click. X3. The gate of the steel furnace was pushed open, and high-temperature steam gushed out. 3 figures in martial uniforms walked out. The uniforms of the 3 people were different. Prussia had more than these 3 marshals, but these 3 faces were very recognizable. They were the most valued left and right arms of Führer Heydel. Regina secretly observed and guessed that the Prussian top leaders had 2 teams, one inside and one outside. In other words, the top leaders known to the Prussian people were just substitutes. The real people in power had never appeared and would only replace the substitutes when the time was right. Our country is so powerful, what are we waiting for if we don't sweep the world in one breath? Waiting for the boss to come and smash our conspiracy? Regina felt that Prussia was waiting for an opportunity. Before that, the powerful force was unknown to the world, and it low-key blew up the surrounding small countries, making the God-chosen continent no longer turbulent. Regina knew that her mind was limited and she was not as good at reasoning as Wayne. She suppressed her doubts and looked at the 3 steaming marshals expressionlessly. "Welcome to you, the new Air Marshal." A marshal spoke. Judging from his uniform, he was the original Air Marshal. "Congratulations, you're going to be promoted to the Imperial Marshal." "No, not now, everything is subject to the orders of the head of state." The Air Force Marshal shook his head slightly, his facial features were mechanical and stiff, unable to show the normal anthropomorphic expression, and said to Regina, "You can be even stronger." There is a philosopher's stone in the volcano, that is the real. Wait a minute, the army marshal interrupted. The three marshals paused and noticed the little mouse sneaking in. Regina narrowed her eyes slightly. The Air Force marshal only said half of it. She probably guessed the second half and just waited for Wayne to come and conveyed the important information to the other party. She wanted to apply for a paid long vacation and buy. I'll deal with the intruder, the army marshal said expressionlessly. Let's go together, so as not to let people run away. Are you looking down on me, waste of the Air Force? Haha, idiot of the army, your brain is as slow as your mobility. The two marshals quarreled expressionlessly, and the Navy marshal said nothing. It's not that he is cold and arrogant, but he can't get a word in. Prussia has not yet entered the stage of military expansion. Even if it starts to expand its military, it only has one continent, which means that the expansion of the Navy is doomed to be limited. As a naval marshal, he has no ships and few warships under his command, so he can't speak hard. The black-robed figure passed through the space restriction and looked at a gray world, and immediately fell into shock and silence. Suoskina. He is here after all. Some time ago, Suoskina suffered a bloodbath-like defeat, and his proud ability was devalued by his competitors. Even the two information laws of thunder and storm that had been planned for many years were handed over. A dark night was also lost. Since Weizi arrived in the human world, she disappeared from the human world and never contacted him again. Suoskina unilaterally contacted the other party, but the number was empty and there was no such person. If the information is correct, it should be heroic. Suoskina regretted it very much. In order to achieve demigod, he won over many powerful aides and promised many benefits, and then recruited a group of younger brothers who were willing to assist him. He is said to be a younger brother, but in fact he is an investor. They are mutually beneficial and invest in his talent so that they can enjoy dividends later. Among them, Wei Zi is the investor who asks for the least, which allows Suoskina to obtain the right to use Twilight Despair. Now Wei Zi is dead, and Twilight Despair has also left him. Blood loss. Suoskina secretly warned himself that the old will not go without the new. Without Wei Zi, there is still an active dark night on the chosen continent. If he can succeed once, he can naturally succeed the second time. The Dark Goddess tacitly allowed him to win over the Dark Knight, and now this knight can't escape from his palm. In addition, although he ushered in an unprecedented defeat, it is not without any gains. He tasted the bitter fruit of defeat and confirmed that thunder and storm were not suitable for him. The future of the Abyss Python is in hell. If he wants to become a god, or go further, he should find a way out in hell. That's hell. A piece of unowned land, a virgin land divided by 7 demons, and no real cultivator has yet appeared. If he is a little bolder, and can achieve brilliant achievements in hell, he can also ignite the divine fire. By then, he will no longer be the subordinate god of the Dark Goddess, but an ally of the Dark Goddess. Together, they will become bigger and stronger, dominate the entire God-chosen continent, defeat all the gods, and step into heaven to restart the only myth of the Father. The Dark Goddess is still single, and maybe the relationship between the allies can go further. I am a little excited to think about it. Suoskina is a man of action. Once he finds a direction, he will immediately execute it, make connections, and send a wisp of his thoughts into hell, where he meets the Lord of Gluttony, one of the 7 demon kings. The Abyss Python clan and the Lord of Gluttony are not on good terms. The former are the natives, while the latter are the invaders. There was a life and death battle. The Abyss Python clan was defeated, either fleeing or surrendering, and their territory was occupied by the Lord of Gluttony. The enemies did not look particularly jealous when they met, although both of their eyes were red. They were all people who had seen the world. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Suoskina found the Lord of Gluttony in the name of returning to his hometown to visit relatives and friends, wanting to talk about some topics of mutual benefit and win-win. The Lord of Gluttony ignored him. A few days later, he changed his previous cold face and the two sides sat down to reach a cooperation. The Lord of Gluttony met Suoskina's needs and divided a piece of territory in Hell, so that Suoskina was qualified to wage war against other lords of Hell. In return, Suoskina would open the gate of Hell in Prussia Borough. Both sides had their own calculations, and both felt that they had made a great profit. The devil's contract was full of loopholes. Suoskina grasped the loopholes accurately. Even if he broke the contract, he would not have to pay the price. In order to save face for both parties, part of his thoughts came to the human world and entered a devil container. After that, the two demon kings made a request, pointing to the convoy far away from the welfare home, and asked to open the gate of Hell at the destination of the convoy. Suoskina immediately realized that he had been deceived. What gate of Hell? All of them were fake. Prussia was not as simple as it seemed. The two demon kings used him as a gun and secretly had other plans. Suoskina did not make a sound, curious about the reason why the two demon kings squatted in Prussia. The things that could make the demon kings honest were either extremely precious treasures or absolute force that could not be resisted. After stepping over the ban, Suoskina was ecstatic after a brief shock. It was a treasure. The goddess guided him to find a new way to become a god. Almost instantly, Suoskina's ecstasy was replaced by coldness. The demon king was not a philanthropist, and there was no reason to give him the opportunity to become a god. This space constructed by the philosopher's stone is very dangerous. If he is not careful, his mind will fall here. What? Only part of the mind? That's fine. Take a chance, take a gamble. The temptation of becoming a god is too great. Suoskina decided to take a chance. His mind spread out to scan the entire space, and at the same time, he drew the minds of the kingdom of God to descend and strengthen his power in the world. Suoskina didn't know that at the moment when the space channel of the kingdom of God was opened, a pair of dark eyes looked over. Dark Goddess. Every move of the people in the kingdom of God could not escape the perception of the dark goddess Idnis. She recently got a treasure and paid close attention to Suoskina, one of the chess pieces. Seeing this, the goddess was also a little greedy. In a small space, there are 3 demigods, a competitor of the dark god, 2 demon kings, 2 angels and... Hey! Sensing a figure in the bushes, Idnis closed her eyes and prepared to study the treasure in her hand as soon as possible, and then find someone to borrow some information laws of mechanical weapons. As expected of the pretty boy she favored, he could dig up surprises in a barren land like the god's chosen continent. His luck was incredible. The dark goddess waved her sleeves and left. She did not sense the existence of other gods in the small space. The pretty boy was destined to be the final winner. She would get the chance by just rubbing against him. This is a sure thing. Rumble. The dark vortex stirred, and the figure of a 1,000-meter-long python hovered over the sky and the earth. Sosna reshaped his body and turned into a bald man in a black robe. On his forehead, the black python tattoo hissed like a living thing. The violent energy vortex swept in all directions, and the dark light attached to Sosna's whole body, as if he was wearing a layer of shining divine armor. 3 figures came from the air, and the leading air marshal was extremely fast. He swooped down with a roar, and his legs fell to the ground with a bang, hitting the ground and creating a deep pit. After the metal mechanical sound of friction, the air marshal pulled out his legs and jumped out of the pit. His eyes flashed with lightning and he looked at the intruder coldly. Dark breath, descending body, aren't you a magician in the world, from the dark kingdom of God? I'm from hell. Suoskina was unwilling to reveal his origin, and put the blame on hell for causing trouble. Usually, other demigods who descended to the world did the same. So, 9 out of 10 murders and arson were caused by hell devils. Only when doing good things will the descended demigods reveal their origins and frankly admit the righteous deeds full of positive energy. Back to the point, the three marshals surrounded Suoskina. Under the influence of mechanical weapons, they had no expression and no nonsense, ready to capture the intruder and then torture him for intelligence. A strong light flashed, and a cyclone like a flame jet exploded. The air marshal came in front of Suoskina and turned into a black lightning. The fist pressed down, twisting the air and exploding the mist. Suoskina raised his 5 fingers, and a ball of black mist turned into light, instantly dissipating the momentum of the air marshal and pressing down the light fist. On his bald head, the black python tattoo exhaled, and Suoskina grinned, "You have a very powerful force in your body, no need to hide, let me see how far this road can go." "As you wish." The air marshal spoke stiffly, and the military uniform on his chest turned into hard steel. The black magazine opened, and a bomb hit Suoskina's chest directly. Suoskina was confused and didn't know what happened. Boom! The orange fireball rolled, the shocking black cloud rose from the ground, and the shock wave rumbled over the earth. Suoskina flew backwards, waving his hand to disperse the surrounding smoke and dust. His shiny black bald head was stained with a layer of ash and smoke, and half of his black robe was blown off, revealing 2 thick hairy legs. The damage was average, but the insult was extremely strong. The strange gift made Suoskina angry. Crack! Continuous metal friction sounds were heard, and the Air Force Marshal was in the air, turning into a gliding bomber, opening the magazine and dropping bombs continuously. It had sufficient energy, an extremely amazing bomb load, and a very considerable bomb equivalent. It was just too slow, and was easily dodged by Suoskina, not even a hair. Boom! A shell hit Suoskina, who flew backwards and disappeared at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. In the distance, a huge explosion sounded, smoke filled the air, and the ground was in a mess. At the position of the field marshal, a heavy Tiger tank roared forward, weighing more than 50 tons, with tracks and road wheels started together, and the speed was amazing. The admiral stared blankly. The only place with water was in the crater. There was no suitable place for his naval guns. A few kilometers away, in the bushes. Wayne. He didn't know much about World War II. He was only familiar with various famous memes, and most of them were related to Frank, such as 90% new rifles, stronger buildings than France, and Maginot means warm welcome in German. However, even if he didn't know much about the real history, as a pseudo-military otaku, he still knew a little about the Tiger tank. At this point in time, the Tiger tank was not even in service, and the prototype had not been built yet. The continent has been chosen by God, and the ship girls have it. Why am I still entangled in these things? Next, he will have an atomic bomb. Forget about the atomic bomb. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a jet fighter. Wayne whispered, and then said to Haya on the side, "You talk too much nonsense. Just watch the show and watch it well. You have no manners at all. You are teaching me a lesson." "No way, big sister, where is your temper, are you so well behaved?" Wayne snorted, "Walking lust, I order you in the true name of heaven to return to your previous unruly appearance." "Okay, but I have to confirm your stigma first," Haya said seriously. She was 99% sure that Wayne was the adult. "Come to my room tonight, turn off the lights to show you, remember to come alone." "Okay." Wayne turned his head in disappointment. Haya's attraction to him plummeted. Except for a lewd body and a serious personality, there was nothing special. He already had such wings. In the field, under Wayne's unremitting crow-mouth complaints, the Air Force Marshal transformed into a jet fighter, repeatedly interspersed in the air with an extremely unscientific and flexible posture. The Army Marshal was upgraded, based on the Tiger tank. The body was deformed, split into 2 secondary guns on the left and right, and the 3 gun barrels fired at the same time, firing at the speed of a semi-automatic rifle. The Navy Marshal was still looking around. Under the suppression of firepower, Sosna was blown back repeatedly. At first, he could dodge by moving at high speed. Later, no matter how he changed his position, he could not escape the lock of the 2 marshals. The machine is evolving. It is hard to say whether ordinary soldiers have this ability, but the 3 marshals can undoubtedly evolve rapidly in the war. Based on their reverse research, Prussia can build a space battleship within 10 years. When Prussia ushered in an epic enhancement, and it could push the defense line head-on. In the subsequent naval and air battles, Windsor was powerless to resist. Wayne comforted himself that Regina provided important information. The core content of mechanical evolution was hidden in the volcano. As long as the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, no, as long as the Philosopher's Stone was eaten, Prussia's invincible aura could be erased. In addition, mechanical weapons have unlimited possibilities, which is a good thing for him, and he should be happy. Boom! Below the volcano, planes turned their propellers and flew high into the sky. Under the command of the Air Force Marshal, they dropped bombs on the ground and carried out saturation bombing. Tanks were arranged in a vertical and horizontal pattern, and under the command of the Army Marshal, thousands of cannons fired simultaneously. The network of mechanical weapons really has a regional network. In the sky, the Air Force Marshal updated its weapons and was no longer limited to simple bombing. In order to kill intruders more efficiently, its own body was constantly innovating, and it had evolved into air-to-ground missiles. At the same time, the bodies of several flight squadrons were also slowly changing. The pressure came to the Navy Marshal, who was helpless and still staring blankly. Boom! 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 Amid the roar of thousands of cannons, the hill where Sosna was located was razed to the ground. The demigod was powerful and unwilling to resist the consumption of thinking. His body turned into a black python and plunged into the earth. He just didn't believe it. Could the shells still drill into the ground? It really can. A ground-penetrating bomb exploded beside the black python, flipping the dusty Sosna into the air. Before he landed, he was intercepted by several jet fighters and thrown high into the sky. Under the dense firepower, Sosna sighed and turned into black mist to reorganize on the ground. Good power, enough for you to dominate the world, but facing the real strong, this performance is not enough. Sosna was surrounded by black mist, and his 5 fingers raised the sky-covering black curtain, swallowing up the endless shells. There was no fire, no explosion, and the shells disappeared into the darkness. For this shameless fighting style, the counterattack of the 2 marshals was simple and crude, use the equivalent. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. In an instant, the power of the bombardment increased exponentially. Sosner's face was livid as he watched his darkness being blasted into ripples, and then a ball of sparks bloomed. After that, 100 flowers bloomed, and the black curtain was crumbling, unable to continue to be erased and swallowed up. His own ability was denied again. Sosner was so angry that his head was about to explode. He couldn't afford to play anymore and just opened up, triggering the light of darkness to sweep across the audience. Then he clenched his fists with 5 fingers, and a large number of metal lumps fell from the air. On the ground, the neatly arranged tanks collectively deformed. Except for the 2 marshals of the Air Force and the Army, there is no machine that can continue the battle. Oh, and the Admiral. Just as Sosna was about to clean up the mess, he frowned and sensed the auras of the 2 Demon Kings. The 2 auras were about to move, and they were obviously about to pick fruits. Mechanical armament is a good path, but it does not show the surprise that makes Sosner shine. It can only be said that it is okay, but not the evolution he wants. After pondering for a moment, darkness and hell are more suitable for me. After confirming this path, Sosner's figure faded, and he sent his thoughts back to the kingdom of God, ending his short journey on earth. It can be seen that the future of mechanical evolution lies in the exploration of technology. If he does not have this ability, he will not worry about it. Returning to the field he is familiar with is the best way. After Sosner left, the two marshals did not stop evolving. They landed on the ground, their bodies fused with the metal fragments everywhere, and the two 10-meter-tall behemoths slowly stood up from the ground. The thick muzzle, the missile launcher on the breastplate, the flamethrower on the back, and the humanoid-like body structure all made Wayne's heart tremble in the grass. We can't let them continue to evolve. If they continue to do so, they are really going to use atomic bombs. Wayne stood up to show up. As soon as he raised his waist, he saw two black figures appearing in the air, one on the left and one on the right facing the two marshals. Admiral. The visitors are Fury and Gluttony. According to the plan, they should not show up at this time, but the road to evolution is right in front of them, and they do not believe in their devil teammates. I can bear it, but can he? X2. Bah, he is a devil without credibility. X2. At this moment, Gluttony changed from a tiger-headed man to a fly man, and Fury also changed from a wolf-headed man to a half-dragon. The former faced the air marshal, and the latter faced the army marshal. They worked together to open a transmission channel and prepared to send the two marshals away. Study the abyss projection space slowly. The two marshals are just substitutes to relieve their desires. The real goal of the Demon King is the path of evolution. They are eager to know who occupies this track. Gluttony, let's deal with the two of them. You go to the abyss projection space and arrange it to prevent them from escaping, Fury said arrogantly. My research on projection space is not as good as yours. To be cautious, it's better for you to go over there, Gluttony said modestly. As soon as the words fell, both Demon Kings were dissatisfied, and the boat of friendship capsized on the spot. Gluttony, you must have figured out that there is real knowledge hidden in that volcano. This road has no owner for the time being. If we have to say who is at the forefront, it can only be these three marshals. Who knows, maybe the head of state is waiting in front. X2. Hashtag. Then let each use his own means. Whoever gets the knowledge first will be the winner. Okay, winner takes all, loser gets nothing. Ken. I swear by my real name, the Demon King, and I will never regret it, X2. X2. Shameless person, I know you will not keep your words. X2. In the grass, Wayne squatted back to his original position. Wait a little longer, wait for the two Demon Kings to fight to death, and then he will go out and drive the two heinous demons back to hell. Boss, I have arrived at the crater, Regina's voice sounded in his ears. Wonderful. What did you see? Forget it, I'll see for myself. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly and saw a floating ship above the burning river where magma was flowing. Starship. Oh my God, there are really aliens. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 449. Inside the crater, a boiling furnace hell rolled, and the violent burning river made the most primitive roar, like a flowing flame, shocking people. Above the flowing flame, 30 to 50 meters away, an interstellar battleship with an unknown alloy surface slowly floated. The battleship was silver-white, with smooth lines and contours, and had a sci-fi texture, like a carefully polished sword, standing upright inside the crater. From a distance, the crater was a beating heart, and the sword could penetrate it at any time. Goodoo. Wayne swallowed hard. No wonder Prussia's black technology is the best in the world. It turned out to be reverse engineering. It can't be said that being able to reverse it is also a symbol of strength. Many countries can't copy homework. Wayne closed his eyes and thought. During the First World War on the chosen continent, Prussia did not show advanced technology, which means that this interstellar battleship was discovered after the First World War. The confidentiality work was so good that the previous government must not know, otherwise the insects would have sold the information for money. From the discovery of the warship to the use of mechanical weapons in the Prussian army, they are all closely related to the current Prussian authorities. After thinking for a while, Wayne opened his eyes, couldn't bear it anymore, and complained fiercely, "I knew that since they are ancient gods, there must be alien civilizations with powerful technology." Whether it is the God-chosen continent or the world before Wayne crossed over, the topic of whether aliens exist has been debated endlessly. Wayne felt that there was nothing to argue about. The universe is so big, there are so many galaxies, and there are planets in each galaxy that can give birth to life. In this case, humans cannot be the only ones. Many theories also believe that there are other universes, and the possibility that humans are the only ones is even smaller. Believe it or agree with it, it is the first time for Wayne to experience the third kind of contact. He can't help but be eager to go on board to see it clearly. "Regina, go in and take a look. What if there is danger?" "It's okay, it's nothing serious. It's not that easy to die. It doesn't matter if you are disabled. I will support you for life," Wayne directly thought, and ordered Regina to hurry up. Danger is pure nonsense. Prussia has evolved into a mechanical weapon. People have already explored it. The pit is full of corpses. Regina stepped on the corpses to enter the battleship. "There is no danger." Regina made a bitter face and muttered the difference between a worker and a sleeper. She opened her succubus wings behind her and flew around the interstellar battleship. This battleship has the function of energy absorption and conversion, absorbing geothermal heat and converting it into energy to keep the ship balanced and suspended in the air. There are no propulsion devices such as engine jets around the body. There is an entrance about 3 meters high on the left side of the hull. Regina tilted her head and looked for a while, then flapped her wings and got in. Wayne widened his eyes, full of expectations, and then everything went black. Lost contact. The battleship has a built-in anti-peep shielding function, similar to a space ban. Wayne was worried that Regina would encounter an accident and was ready to go over to see it clearly. On the ground, the Admiral of the Navy looked up and watched the battle. Gluttony and rage pressed the two marshals to rub. Mechanical weapons can evolve, but the speed of exchanging potential is far slower than the speed of the Demon King's thoughts. The strength of the two sides is not at the same level. Once the Demon King plays for real, the battle will show a one-sided trend. Unlike Suoskina, who left in disappointment, the two Demon Kings are very optimistic about the path of mechanical weapons. The situation and vision of the three determine their needs. Suoskina strives to become a god, and his goal is to evolve from a worker to a senior worker. The goal of the two Demon Kings, Gluttony and Rage, is to become the top leader of Hell from a regional manager, and to be the boss and dominate. Suoskina feels that mechanical weapons are not suitable for him, but the two Demon Kings are different. They have been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Regardless of whether it is suitable or not, they will get it first. Even if it is not suitable, I can't use it and I can't let others use it. Click. Click. The huge fly buzzed and flapped its wings, pressing the flying fortress evolved from the Air Force Marshal under it, and opened its ferocious mouthparts full of fangs on its chest and abdomen, gnawing at the flying fortress and swallowing it into its stomach at the fastest speed. Gluttony's ability is somewhat similar to that of the abyss python. Devouring is not the goal, but a means to obtain the other party's information laws through devouring. Gluttony did not integrate these laws into its body immediately. After eating the Air Force Marshal, it flapped its wings and swallowed the Navy Marshal beside it. Secondary polluted information is precious or not so precious. The key lies in the source. The big-headed fly looked at the volcano in the distance, flapped its wings and flew into the air. With a bang, a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed it to the ground. Rage. The half-dragon dismantled the army marshal, packed it in batches and sent it back to the abyss projection space, and then transformed into a hell dragon, and grabbed Gluttony and pressed it to the ground with a hug. True hell rolling. Rage, you bastard, let me go. Idiot, at this point, do you think we still need to continue? In the dark rolling sphere, the two demon kings tore their faces apart, cursing and rolling towards the crater, just to get the evolution source of mechanical weapons. At this moment, a white light fell from the sky, piercing through the evil dragon and the big fly, nailing the two demon kings to the ground together. The halo rhythmically pulsated, and the huge energy holy spear burst into white flames, impacting the darkness, igniting the mind and flesh, and causing the two demon kings who were hugged and thrown to scream in pain. Three fluttering figures were suspended in the air. Wayne, Hea, and Dilda. Wayne was wearing a white robe with golden cross patterns embroidered on the back and cuffs, and a white mask on his face, showing that he was doing business in heaven. The combat uniform for church clergy was made temporarily by his mind to prevent his identity from being exposed and attracting unnecessary attention to Hexunio. The white foam turned into a mask to cover his true face. This was the first time Wayne used the vest of heaven. The golden rule holy flame turned into a beam of light surrounding his body. The surging holy will was extremely majestic, making Hea subconsciously lag behind half a body to show respect. As a result, Dilda also fell behind half a body. Hexunio has a status of one but in heaven, representing purity among the seven virtues, implying that all angels are pure. There is nothing wrong with this position. Now it's not okay. The position of one but is getting further and further away from purity. Of course, according to Hexunio's self-consolation, only when you are in darkness can you yearn for light, bathe in filth, and the purity in your heart is precious. She has always been able to deceive herself. Boom! The energy holy spear exploded, and a scorching white flame column shot up into the sky. A huge cross flashed in the sky, and golden light fell like raindrops with white sparks, baptizing this hot land filled with gunpowder. The strong wind swept through, and the gunpowder went away. In the deep pit at the center of the explosion, the two demon kings turned into human forms, looking coldly at the sky. The gluttonous and furious human forms are both male images. The former is tall and well proportioned, and his weight is very well controlled. Not only did he not become a fat man due to overeating, but he was handsome and wore a slim black suit, which set off his straight and upright figure with smooth lines. The latter has blonde hair and blue eyes, soft facial features, elegant temperament, warm and sunny, giving people a feeling of being easy to talk to, and has nothing to do with the word rage. Gluttony does not make you fat, rage is gentle, and the duplicity of hell is clear at a glance. The two demon kings slowly ascended into the air, facing the reincarnated angels of heaven, and fought together again, turning the page of tearing their faces directly, so skilled that it makes people feel distressed. Hell culture, or regional culture, is not something that ordinary people can learn. Fred. You two were not captured. Gluttony frowned and looked at the three reincarnated angels in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. If the Freed in front of him was real, who was the Freed contaminated by mechanical weapons? A chill surged into his heart, and the Lord of Gluttony realized that he had fallen into the conspiracy of heaven and was severely played by the angels. These two guys are not important, he is the key. Rage looked at Wayne, who was standing at the top. He was so mysterious that he dared not show his true face, but he was so powerful that the two angels were respectful. Sephignum or Seraph. Like Gluttony, Rage also sensed the breath of conspiracy. The two demon kings held their breath and waited for Wayne to introduce himself. Bugs from hell, the army of angels is coming. This is not the place for you. Get out of hell, or I will imprison your thoughts in the Golden Rule Bible and take you back to heaven. Wayne spoke slowly, with a neutral voice, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Who are you? A guy who hides his head and shows his tail. We are old friends. What's there to be embarrassed about? The two demon kings spread their minds and tried to recognize Wayne's identity by sensing his breath. The effect was average. The more they looked, the more confused they became. It was like a strange passerby who had never seen him before. Heaven and hell have been fighting each other for many years. If it is a high-level angel, both demon kings know each other. Even if they are not familiar with each other, they have met each other. A high-level angel that has never been seen before. If the other party did not deliberately hide his identity, there is only one possibility. Playing tricks. We will know whether it is true or false after a try. I will expose your hypocritical mask. Gluttony snorted coldly, stepped forward, and blocked in front of Wrath. His eyes flashed black light, penetrated into the space, and caused a ripple-like fluctuation. The ripples expanded rapidly, causing the space to roll up huge waves. The space where Wayne and the other two were located was distorted. After the collapse, the vast energy of the seven deadly sins rolled wantonly, like a black sea surging in the sky. Hula la! White chains were spread out one by one, and Dilda stepped on the holy mark magic circle, spreading the white and holy wool, controlling the chains to seal the raging black sea, smoothing the space and restoring it to its original state. Gluttony was immediately furious, staring at Dilda who was making trouble, and grabbed with 5 fingers in the air, twisting the space where Wayne and the other two were. After the three separated, he roared, and rushed towards Hea. Rage. Are you playing me here? Devils have no integrity, and the Demon King is the best among them. Rage is not surprising, and he is used to it and can't get angry at all. Seeing that Gluttony picked a soft persimmon and left Wayne, who didn't know the depth, to him, he snorted coldly and went to meet him. In mid-air, the angel and the devil fought in one place. Dilda spread a huge force field, weakened the 7 deadly sins in the field, amplified the golden rule, and gave Wayne and Hea who used holy light several buffs. Anyone who has anything to do with holy light will be strengthened on this basis. On the contrary, the two demon kings were suppressed to varying degrees. Being able to defend, control, and heal, Dilda is perfect except for his average output. The two demon kings simultaneously regarded him as their primary target of attack. When Wayne and Hea stopped them, they had to increase their power to offset the weakened power. Roar, roar, roar. Last time in the abyss projection space, Hea was weakened by the venue and could only exert 50% of her strength, which made her feel particularly frustrated. Today, the archangel helped her to seek justice and summoned the holy dragon of heaven without saying a word. The 100-meter-long holy dragon roared to the sky, expressing Hea's resentment. She held the holy spear of heaven, and the golden rule wrapped around her body, transforming into a silver-white battle suit with a sense of science fiction. In contrast, Gluttony was much more plain and unpretentious, with the dark spear transformed from the 7 deadly sins, and no armor around her body. The two figures fought in one place, the residual light flashed, the sound waves rolled, accompanied by the roar of the holy dragon, the surging energy collided violently, and the oppressive space was shaking. Whoosh! The golden lightning broke through the air, leaving a long aurora after image. Wayne flapped the white wings behind him, holding the white sword transformed from the holy light, burning the scorching white flames and slashing at the back of the Lord of Rage's head. Backstab of justice. Fury seemed to have eyes behind his head. He turned over and attacked. His 5 fingers were wrapped in black weapons. He grasped the holy sword tightly and it exploded with crackling sounds. Who are you? This fighting style is not like those old friends I know. As he spoke, terrifying energy exploded in his palm, and dark beams shot out densely, like a sharp sword that was almost materialized, quickly cutting the position where Wayne was. The Demon King was amazingly powerful. Even if only part of his thoughts descended and he was suppressed by the halo of the positive character, he should not be underestimated. Wayne secretly had a headache. If possible, he would rather watch the two demons kill each other and wait for them to decide the winner before coming out to clear the field. However, Regina's situation was unclear, and the two demons were not fuel-saving lamps. They fought and approached the volcano, and they had to see the fat meat before they fought to the death. The Demon King had rich experience in being a villain. In comparison, Wayne, a positive character, was restrained and was suppressed by the Demon King on an unfamiliar track. He learned from his experience and continued to play the villain in the future. Whoever wants to play the role of a positive character can take it. Clang! The black dragon claw tore through the space, cutting 5 scarlet lights, extending 1,000 meters and piercing straight down. Wayne dodged sideways, under the humanoid skin, the pale night logged into his account, the fake white wings behind him were no longer stiff, and the holy white sword in his hand also became brighter. On the surface of the Book of Greed, the big eyeballs burst into holy white light. Boom! Wayne's speed soared, and he killed in front of the Lord of Rage in an instant. The latter subconsciously raised his claws to resist, trying to replicate the previous scene and crush the holy light sword again. The afterimage of the sword light flashed, and the two figures crossed each other, and a section of the black dragon claw flew into the air, sprinkling black dirty blood. At the end of the half-arm, the remaining holy fire suddenly erupted, burning this section of the dragon claw shaped by thought into ashes. The Lord of Rage was greatly surprised. The mysterious angel went all out, and the golden rule was full of holy will. He was not playing tricks. He did have a high status in heaven, but he could not tell who the other party was by his mind perception. There was no reason why even the soul changed shape after reincarnation. Who was it? Heaven still had hidden combat power? The sword light came, and Rage had no time to think. He turned sideways and could not avoid it. Blood and dirt burst out on his chest, and Wayne's claws followed closely and dug out his heart. Snap! Wayne crushed the heart, and the holy flame surrounded the tip of his fist, washing away the sinful black mud. The light flashed continuously, and the sword light shattered the space. In a few breaths, Rage became a heartless human stick. The pain in the body was secondary. The key was that the mind was weakened. Every time Wayne slashed the sword, he wiped out the wrathful body-mind at the fastest speed, not giving the other party time to react. After a few back and forth, Rage wanted to retreat. Today's battle was particularly strange. From the beginning to now, it seemed that it was a trap set by heaven for him and Gluttony. Just now, he heard Wayne say that the angel army was about to arrive at the scene. He didn't believe it himself. Now it seems that this possibility cannot be ruled out. Especially the white mask on Wayne's face. This face must have a lot to say, otherwise it would not be covered tightly. The situation has changed. Stop the loss in time. Rage's mind changed, no longer drawing more thoughts to descend, shaking his body, growing new hands and feet, black scales growing, tearing clothes, and changing into a black half-dragon form. The black half-dragon is 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with slender limbs, a thick and powerful long tail on his back, a ferocious head and horns, red eyes dripping blood, and a mouth full of fangs opened, emitting white-hot air. Boom! The black light column spewed out from Rage's mouth, as fast as lightning, and the concentrated energy was extremely dangerous. After being dodged by Wayne, it hit Hea, who was fighting Gluttony. The metal angel with smooth curves fell in midair with black smoke, not understanding what happened. Wayne silently said sorry, his body turned into white light, and the big sword in his hand pierced the chest of Fury. He didn't see the other party transform into a dragon, and his dragon-slaying swordsmanship couldn't be used. He was a little disappointed. Roar, roar, roar. Hea fell in midair, and Gluttony didn't think about it, turned around and rushed straight to the crater, and the heavenly holy dragon roared with a scorching light column to block the opponent's way. At the same time, Dildar filled the empty position and barely resisted 3 or 5 moves. After Hea landed, he continued to glow and heat up to buff his 2 teammates. There was a melee in the field. Unknowingly, Gluttony and Fury were back to back, with Wayne in front and Hea behind. A heavenly holy dragon was entrenched in the sky, and Dildar was controlling the field in the distance. Gluttony, I have a little problem in the territory of hell. Now I can't draw more thoughts. The road to evolution is right in front of me. It seems that this time I can only get you a bargain. Fury spoke in a deep voice, full of indignation and frustration. I knew you would say that. Gluttony also said with a dark face, it should be because of the seal of heaven. My ability has also been greatly weakened. I can't summon thoughts to come. You can't get the mechanical weapon, and I can't get it either. What should I do? X2. The two were annoyed that the other was too shrewd. One suppressed the desire to eat in front of delicious food, and the other was calm and composed in the face of crisis, without the style of his own name. The two were disgusted with each other. They knew that they should work together at this time, but when they thought that the other was a devil, they couldn't help but be suspicious. One devil is a dragon, and 2 devils are insects. It is impossible to cooperate. It is a miracle that they don't drag their feet. After a moment of silence, Gluttony said, you fight yours, I fight mine, each with his own means. Okay. It seems to be the same as before, still fighting on their own, but this time, the two are no longer on guard against each other and can let go. At least on the surface. With a low roar, Angry took the lead to confront Hea and successfully took the soft persimmon into his own hands. Gluttony cursed in his heart, cursing the devil for being shameless. Facing the mysterious Wayne, his eyes flashed a trace of cruelty, and he growled and turned into a big fly. The appearance is a fly, and the inside is sin. The hideous mouthparts opened, revealing a vortex-shaped depression, muddy soft meat covered with yellow and white fangs, and the abdomen has a series of enlarged human arms, some thick and some thin, which is extremely unfriendly to patients with intensive care. In the center of the chest and abdomen, a vertical line closed, and when it opened, it was the real eating organ of Gluttony. Humph, you think you're the only one who can change. Wayne made a neutral voice, his body melted into white mud, and 3 pairs of wings spread out behind him. The wings expanded with the expansion of the body, emitting golden beams. The golden light was floating, magnificent. Except for the golden rule, there was no holiness in the rest, and the terrifying shape was daunting. The pale flesh ball opened 6 huge wings behind it, surrounded by halo bands, and in the center of the flesh ball, the vertical line was torn, and a huge single eye opened. It was very heavenly, and the angels and demons didn't think there was anything wrong. If they had to say something was wrong, the 2 demon kings felt unfamiliar, and compared with several old friends, they all seemed to be true and false. Hea also felt unfamiliar, not like the archangel who grew up in heaven, missing many arms, and the holy and loving head was gone. Bang! The 2 monsters collided with each other, and Gluttony opened the big mouth on his chest and bit the pale flesh ball. Before he bit it, a bone-chilling chill struck his heart, and his intuition told him that this thing could not be eaten. It looks delicious and will burst if you eat it. If you really eat it, the consequences will be disastrous. The devil followed the warning of his intuition, hit the pale flesh, and dragged the other party to the crater. On the other side, Fury almost replicated this scene, transformed into the Hell Dragon, and dragged the heavenly holy dragon directly to the sky above the crater. The 7 deadly sins intertwine the golden rule. In an instant, the bright light and the thick darkness were constantly collided, as if countless thunders roared, the broken space was crumbling, and cracks were wandering in all directions. The space where the volcano is located is a philosopher's stone, similar to the space where nature and the dark church are located. The interior is stable and will not be directional blasted. But it also depends on people. None of the creatures in the melee are human, and the weakest is also a demigod-level angel. The raging energy is out of control and violent, and this space can't last long. Boom! The big fly transformed by gluttony fell to the ground, bathing in the magma and roaring continuously. Under the intense consumption of thinking, it had no choice but to turn back into a human appearance. Wayne then recovered his human form and rushed up with a big sword in hand. In the sky, the holy dragon was pressed and rubbed by the evil dragon, and the two giant beasts rolled. Hea had no room to intervene. Switch defense, I'll deal with the black dragon. A voice that could not be distinguished between men and women came to his ears. Hea didn't think much and shot at Gluttony with a gun. Wayne turned into lightning and rushed into the battlefield between the two giant beasts. In his eyes, the holy dragon roared continuously with white light beams, and at this moment, it was limp and was pressed to the ground by the evil dragon, and a section of the white dragon wings was torn off. Too weak, you are still a holy light attribute, but you don't have this little endurance. Wayne mocked, his body swelled, and he rose to 3 meters. He hugged the tip of the holy dragon's tail with both arms, and accelerated the recoil to bring the holy dragon into the air. The holy dragon was held in the arms of the evil dragon. This time, the two dragons were suspended in the air at the same time. A rumbling roar sounded, and the two dragons felt that the world was turned upside down. The next second, the impact from the ground reminded them that it was not the world that was upside down, but them. Wayne's body kept rising, and his amazing power swung the two dragons in a circle, leaving a whistling after-image. He hit them to the ground again and again, knocking the holy dragon's mouth crooked and his eyes slanted, and the evil dragon's eyes were full of stars. The evil dragon, which had transformed into a rage, let go, and the holy dragon was not happy. Its two short hands tightly hugged the evil dragon's neck, saying that they would share the difficulties. Boom! 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 Wayne was so excited that the power in his body kept pouring out, and he felt that he could last a whole day. He saw Hea fighting fiercely with Gluttony in his peripheral vision. The magic power under his feet exploded, and he stepped on the space and wailed. He silently calculated the distance and swung the two dragons in a circle. The black shadow fell from the sky. The sudden new tactics were beyond the cognition of Gluttony and Hea. They never thought that the mysterious angel/archangel would do this. They were not careful for a while and were hit. Boom! Dust and smoke rose up, and the two dragons fell to the bottom of the pit. Hea and Gluttony were pressed down tightly and could not be seen. Wayne bit his tongue, raised his hands, and the wings behind him bloomed with unprecedented holy intention. A magnificent 5-pointed star magic circle lit up in the sky, with a diameter of more than 500 meters. The complex patterns were all written by the Golden Rule. It was very complicated, and Dilda, the reincarnated angel who had regained his memory, couldn't understand it. It felt like this magic circle couldn't work, it was just a brick. Boom! Wayne pressed down with 5 fingers, a brick, no, the magnificent 5-pointed star magic circle fell from the sky, crushing the foot of the volcano, and shaking the smoke and dust into the sky. Below, the wailing of the evil dragon and the holy dragon came. Explode! Boom! The white light waterfall went upstream, and the pillars with a diameter of 500 meters rose from the ground, connecting the sky and the ground, stirring up the volcanic clouds in the sky, smashing half of the mountain, and causing the magma to surge down. Around the explosion, the cracks in the abyss sped away, the ground collapsed layer by layer, and the ripples of the end of the world spread rapidly. Dilda. If I remember correctly, Hea is still at the bottom of the pit. Good cooperation. Wayne nodded secretly. Without Hea and Saint Longan as bait, it would be difficult for him to severely injure the two demon kings with one blow. Wayne. What's wrong? Wayne was admiring his masterpiece and turned his head when he heard it. Dilda said Abba Abba, indicating that there was no problem. The non-combat specialist was afraid that Wayne would get excited, so he swung him down. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Hea crawled out of the pit in a mess. His armor was torn, and his face armor was mostly broken. A tuft of golden hair fell on his gray-black cheeks, and he looked up at Wayne angrily. Didn't see it. Wayne's mind sensed that the two demon kings rushed into the volcano along the underground magma and were approaching the interstellar battleship at high speed. Not wanting to be deprived of the gift of nature, they rushed into the crater. Dilda flapped his wings and landed, with 5 fingers spread out, healing Hea's injuries. Why didn't you stop him? Sister, you are a bit of a bully. We angels are not like this. It's okay to do it in the human world, but you can't bring this evil wind back to heaven. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 450. Wayne stepped into the silver-white interstellar battleship, and the world spun in front of him, as if he was traveling through a time and space channel. The surrounding light and shadow were blurred, sometimes bright and dazzling, sometimes dim and deep. The space around him kept twisting and stretching with the changes of light and shadow, sometimes wide and boundless, sometimes narrow and cramped. The strong sense of weightlessness made him at a loss, as if he was about to be drawn into an unknown world at any time. It's a bit like traveling through time. Wayne's feet landed on the ground, and the sense of weightlessness went away. In the blink of an eye, there was a straight metal passage, and behind him was a neat metal wall, and the entrance just now was not seen. Wayne touched the wall and raised his hand to punch. With a bang, his arm collapsed into mud. Wayne's pupils shrank suddenly, and the magic power in his body was sealed, which reminded him of the dilemma he had in the forbidden magic field. The forbidden magic field can only trap ordinary magicians. In the eyes of real strong people, the so-called forbidden magic field is a joke. It's just magic power, and thinking can still be beaten. Wayne took a deep breath, his mind was still flowing, and he instantly sensed Regina's location and said, "Don't move there, I'll be there soon." "Boss, you're finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Regina complained aggrievedly. She had been groping in this white passage for 2 months. If she hadn't been starving to death, she would have starved to death long ago. 2 months. Yeah, you ignored me for 2 months. Is there anything wrong? Nothing. This is called placing a play. Congratulations, you don't have to envy Odelia anymore, you also have your own play. Wayne suppressed his surprise and found Regina as quickly as possible. Regina had a small octopus on her shoulder, and she relied on this octopus to pass the time for 2 months. When she saw Wayne coming, she rubbed the octopus in her hands and turned it into a mask and put it on her face. "Boss, there are endless roads here, and it affects magic." "I understand, your memory has told me. Can you please stop looking through other people's memories casually? Workers also have privacy. This time is an exception, it won't happen again." Wayne patted Regina's head. The interior of the interstellar battleship is a space of its own. It is more like a philosopher's stone than a battleship. Wayne has touched 2 philosopher's stones before, and he claims to be experienced. He took Regina around in the white passages that extend in all directions. 5 minutes later, Wayne stopped, and Regina next to him covered her mouth and laughed. It turns out that the boss's brain is the same as hers, and he is not good at solving problems. Bang! Wayne knocked over with a knife, but couldn't find a way out, and secretly said that it was bad luck. He can't solve problems, but he can be a problem solver. As long as one of the 3 luxury cars is by his side, this problem will not be difficult for him at all. "Boss, do we need to split up?" Regina said, covering her head. "No, as many people as you want." Wayne narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and pulled a ball of white foam from his face and threw it on the ground. After the ball of white foam landed, it grew wildly, and pale tentacles extended, climbing along the walls and ceiling, and disappeared at the end of the corridor at a very fast speed. The next second, the tentacles attacked from behind and extended to Wayne's feet. Corridor. Wayne narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, even if it is a prison, there must be a secret door for the prisoners to collect their bodies. There must be a breakthrough. The white foam surged and filled the entire corridor. Regina squeezed beside Wayne, looking at a tentacle that invited her with disdain. 2 minutes later, the expanded white foam found a breakthrough, drilled out of the gap in the corridor, and entered another space. Wayne went into the gap, thinking that Regina would be trapped outside. Unexpectedly, the gap had its own space contraction and ductility. Regina's body would shrink when she approached the gap, and return to normal when she was away from the gap. A dilapidated passage appeared in front of Wayne, with exposed cables and pipes everywhere. The decadent style and the gorgeous appearance of the interstellar battleship were completely two extremes, which showed that aliens also had vanity. Wayne smelled the oil in the air, frowned slightly, and patted Regina's shoulder. "Be careful, this picture is very familiar, don't be parasitized by alien life." Regina was stunned when she heard it, and subconsciously hugged Wayne's arm. After driving too many spacious and long luxury cars, it's not bad to drive a compact family car occasionally. It's quite fresh. Wayne's mind was scattered, scanning the entire interior of the interstellar battleship, and a 3D map was outlined in his mind, similar to a 10-story building, which just matched the straight sword shape of the battleship. "Let's go." Wayne looked at the core area on the map and rushed to the iron ladder. "It's okay that there is no portal, there is not even an elevator." Wayne complained sharply that the aliens' technology tree was all focused on mechanical weapons, and it was unreasonable to have no elevator. The two walked downstairs and soon arrived at the core position. A bright white room with its own light source on the wall, square, with a metal sphere in the middle, and a cable pipeline extending from below it, and then spreading throughout the spacecraft. Wayne walked forward quickly, raised his hand and brushed the metal sphere. A light curtain lit up, and on the pattern similar to the 9-square grid, a strange rune-rhythmic halo. "Password unlocked?" Wayne was stunned, pondered for a moment, and punched it. With a bang, the light curtain exploded, and a big hole was smashed into the metal sphere. Wayne took out his arm and held a philosopher's stone in his palm. Different from the philosopher's stone he knew, this stone has a regular prism structure, is transparent and colorless, and can reflect colorful rainbows when placed under a light source. The Book of Greed is ready to move, looking impatient. Wayne didn't think much and let the Book of Greed take away all the information inside. Click. The prism shattered. Wayne looked at the scene in surprise. According to his previous experience of thanking nature, the information in the Philosopher's Stone can be copied an unlimited number of times and is by no means a one-time consumable. When it came to aliens, Wayne didn't think much about it and took Regina to another room in the battleship. In a place similar to the archives, the unintelligible words were translated by the Prussians. Wayne took a rough look and understood why Prussia had an endless supply of Philosopher's Stone fragments. First of all, these are indeed the pieces of the Philosopher's Stone, the real thing. The previous Prussian government obtained a Philosopher's Stone of unknown origin. It was suspected to have come from the frozen continent and was related to divination. The stone was sealed and transferred to the current Prussian government. After opening it, the interstellar battleship inside was revealed. Ice continent, divination. Wayne touched his chin. If he remembered correctly, there was indeed an unknown exchange in the frozen continent. A magician could only trade once in his life. He had not used that opportunity yet. Apparently, a certain Prussian magician traded with aliens for this Philosopher's Stone. Of course, it is not ruled out that the previous Prussian government picked up the stone next to the unlucky magician. After obtaining the star battleship, Heidel ordered people to explore it and spent several years doing secret research to find the correct way to use the prism. Using this interstellar battleship, the information inside the prism can be continuously poured into the volcano, because the volcano is originally transformed into the Philosopher's Stone, and the cooled crystals become half-finished Philosopher's Stone fragments. The fragments contain information about mechanical weapons, which can pollute the magician's life essence and open up a new evolutionary path for the ship. As for the source of the information, it is the broken prism. No one takes this road, or in other words, the aliens who walk out of this road become the Philosopher's Stone. Wayne felt secretly happy. This is the charm of nature. There are always surprises waiting for the destined ones ahead. In fact, whether anyone has walked this road has little to do with Wayne. The information is written in the Book of Greed, and even if there is a superior, it cannot restrain him. Let's go, there's no point in this anymore. Wayne left with Regina. The prism was destroyed, the starship lost its core, and would fall into the volcano soon. Likewise, this space will be shattered and die together with the Philosopher's Stone that has lost its core. Outside the spaceship, two black figures emerged, Gluttony and Fury with livid faces. Did you find it? No. Damn it, you must have found it, otherwise. That mysterious angel, he got the key to evolution. The two of them looked angry and sensed the auras of Hea and Dilda. They both snorted and disappeared, returning to the abyss projection space of the orphanage. Hea and Dilda followed closely, intending to give the Demon King a fatal blow and completely erase his thoughts of coming to the world. A step too late, the two Demon Kings joined forces to block the space passage, not giving the angel a chance to pursue. In the abyss projection space, the two Demon Kings became more and more angry as they thought about it. They cursed at each other, and each returned to the black hall, abandoning the container in the world and returning their thoughts to hell. Looking at the prism in his hand, Gluttony's eyes glowed with greed. The key to evolution, a step that no one has ever taken, belongs to me. I am the real god of hell. The same scene happened to Fury, and he also got a prism. Before the two Demon Kings disappeared, they had a very tacit understanding to shatter the abyss projection, rejecting the possibility of Prussia summoning them again. In the coming period, they will be very busy. After fully grasping the information, they will start a new round of Hell War and have no time to deal with trivial matters in the world. Poirot. High-end hotel, sweet living room. Hea leaned on the sofa with her arms folded, and her long legs were stacked on top of each other. Because of her plump curves that aroused people's imagination, her serious look gave people a false and serious feeling. Dilda sat on the sofa opposite. The abyss projection space of the orphanage was destroyed, and we failed to eliminate the thoughts of the arrival of the two Demon Kings. The good news is that in order to vent his anger, the Demon Kings destroyed all the devil containers and the gates of hell. The hidden dangers have also been eliminated. The investigation task was overfulfilled, and Dilda and Hea were very satisfied. Wayne led the two secretaries to stand in front of the window. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he was very satisfied with the current Prussia. The evolution of mechanical armed forces has been erased, and the officers of the SS and the Wehrmacht have turned back to humans. Very good, this will be heaven, it's safe. Hea frowned. Wayne, have you obtained that information? Will you take it back to heaven? This is a confidential matter. You two are not allowed to tell it outside, especially to the Papal State. They are the servants of the Father on earth and are not the same institution as our heaven. Okay, but I want to see your stigmata, Hea insisted. Okay. Wayne hooked his hand and took Hea to the bedroom. 30 seconds later, Hea, who saw the stigmata, looked more respectful and followed Wayne out of the bedroom honestly. The two secretaries tilted their heads together. If the time hadn't been too short, they would have misunderstood something. Again, don't spread my identity. Wayne glanced at his watch. That's it, it's a pleasure to work with you two, and I look forward to seeing you next time. Aren't you going to the Papal States to join everyone? No, London is more dangerous, I have to be there in person. Do you want my help? Hea volunteered to get a secretary job next to Wayne, but Wayne refused under the surprised gaze of Odelia and Regina. The five people parted ways and went back to their own homes. On the way back, Regina drove a black car, and the back seat was a young couple cuddling together. Odelia lay in Wayne's arms and sniffed twice. Strange, there is no smell of walking lust. Did you really do nothing in those 30 seconds? What are you thinking? I'm that kind of person. Isn't it? Of course not, it's only 30 seconds, who are you looking down on? That's not what I'm talking about. Odelia was very confused. Walking lust respects you very much. According to you, the favorability has been maxed out and we can push into the new plot. Why do you reject her? Odelia, I'm not a pervert. He X2. Wayne rolled his eyes and didn't want to delve into this topic. He said truthfully, I didn't have a choice before. Now I want to be a good man who is devoted to me for life. If Hea goes back to London with me, you will be very sad. As he said, he held Odelia in his arms and whispered in her ear, she is not important. What matters is that my secretary is happy. Odelia was very happy. For the first time, she defeated a luxury car with her personal charm and felt that her life had reached its peak. Seeing her so happy, Wayne didn't say the second half of the sentence. He has 3 secretaries. Apart from Regina, who is just making up the numbers, there is also Mona, the most senior secretary. Mona is the reincarnation of Archangel Hexunio, who represents purity in the 7 virtues. If Hea sees the Archangel she admires. In order to save Hexunio's face, Wayne rejected the new secretary. Of course, this does not affect his going back to continue to make Hexunio angry. Archangel, you don't want your subordinate Frey in heaven to see you like this, right? Thinking about it, I'm still a little impulsive. Boss, are we going back to Wayne directly? Regina glanced at the rearview mirror, and was disgusted by the dog food. No, let's go to your house for dinner. Ah, are you really going? Regina shuddered, afraid that Wayne would say something nonsense at that time. She knew her boss very well, and he was talking nonsense. God knows whether this trip was for dinner or to meet his parents. The Church of Nature and Prussia have completely cut ties. Your father is a district priest. It is hard to say whether he will be implicated. I went there to save your family. You still have to thank me. Boss, excuse me. What would you say if you saw my father? It was a normal birth. The child is in London and is very healthy. I knew it. New Empire Chancellery, restaurant. Führer Hitler invited several high-ranking officials of the Empire to dinner. I don't know what happy things he thought of. He couldn't suppress his upturned mouth. After dinner, several people came to the study. Hitler looked at the world map in front of him and picked up a pencil to draw. There were several documents on the desk. After Vice Führer Rudolf circulated them, all the high-ranking officials present read them. My Führer, the information about mechanical weapons was taken away by the devil of hell as you wished. 3 other angels also got valuable information. It won't be long before there will be mechanical evolution in hell and the Papal States, and the war will also expand from the human world to hell, Rudolf said with a smile. Although the results were slightly different from expectations and there were several changes in the middle, the plan was generally successful. Hitler was in a good mood, gently put down the pencil, and agreed, the war has begun, the knights are unstoppable, and when the war spreads to the world and hell, the power of the knights will reach an unprecedented height, and the whole world will usher in a new life. Everyone was delighted. Hitler pressed his hand and pointed to the map and said, for a period of time in the future, mechanical weapons cannot be put into the battlefield. This line of defense has bound the chariots of the Empire. How is the cleaning work behind? The feint attack has been prepared to attract the coalition forces of Frank and Windsor. We only need to launch a general attack in May as planned to cut Frank in half. It won't be long before you can enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Eiffel Tower of Paris. Without mechanical weapons, the chariots of the empire are still unstoppable. Everyone smiled and looked at the impregnable defense line, and they all had a positive attitude towards the grand strategy. Hitler used a pencil to draw a cross on Paris, and looked at London across the sea, frowning and said, "It's going too smoothly. I'm worried that Windsor will surrender, which is not conducive to expanding the war. If necessary, we have to make a few low-level mistakes." As he said, he looked at the Rashi Federation in the north of the chosen continent, wait until the battlefield in Windsor is deadlocked, and start to implement a two-line combat strategy. The flames of war cannot be stopped, and the whole world must be mobilized. Do you understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. Hitler looked at the entire map, and his eyes swept to the Papal States, or to say, Inoria, who completely surrounded the Papal States. How are our allies now? Have they gotten rid of the control of the Papal States? No, the government is still weak and can't be helped at all. Until now, it has not declared war on Frank. Führer, without Italia, we in Prussia can conquer the world by ourselves. No, what I want is not conquest, but war. Osteria, the capital city of Wien, the headquarters of the Church of Nature. The Dark Church mission to the Church of Nature has not yet left. Wayne recharged his batteries for many days, went in the opposite direction, and handed in 2 satisfactory answers. As before, at the door is the loyal Dark Knight Wise. Wise's mental state is not very good. According to her observation, the relationship between the current leader Wayne and the former leader Dark Goddess is unclear. In order to help Wayne rise to power, the former leader abandoned Sosner, who was very likely to achieve the position of God. As a result, Wayne was fighting in the house, making the Dark Goddess vaguely look like the goddess of nature. Then I thought about it, she was sent to the current leader by her former leader, so why didn't she have instructions in this regard? I can't figure it out. If this is a god, it would be too ridiculous. In the room, Wayne was full of pride and said to Senna, "This is the situation. The newly obtained information law has been delivered and is in your body. Study it, but don't be too ostentatious. This thing has a self-evolution mechanism. You'd better restrain yourself a little." In Senna's dictionary, there was rarely a moment of restraint. She flipped through the newly acquired information, but was not satisfied with it. She still preferred the power of life. She asked curiously, "Did you ask that angel about the reason why they came to Earth?" Wayne nodded. 30 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. Why did the reincarnated angel come to the world to destroy the devil and prevent the door of hell from opening? Senna was extremely curious. Anastasia stopped mumbling and looked up at Wayne. Preventing the door of hell from opening is only one aspect. There are also demigods in heaven who can predict the future. Wayne glanced outside the room, just in case the soundproof barrier Wazi had set up was like Megan's to protect others but not himself, and he thought to tell the 2 women the truth through voice transmission. Hiss. Is it true or false that the Son has descended and the Father has left a successor in the world? That's what Hea said. I don't think it's reliable. After all, there are many interpretations of prophecies. I personally prefer that the Heavenly Father has not left yet and has been paying attention to the God's chosen continent. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging from the goddess's vigilance towards the God's chosen continent, it was more likely that the Heavenly Father would always be there. As for the Holy Son, it is not impossible to go back and ask Hexiuno. This time he must pry her mouth open. If there really is a Holy Son and he wants to return to heaven, can those original angels accept it? Senna covered her mouth and said with a smile. It's okay to deceive believers with the 7 virtues, but there is no way to deceive pagans like her. She bets that heaven is in chaos, and maybe they are taking sides now. Day by day, as long as the world is not in chaos. Wayne patted his butt. Senna moved closer to Anastasia and said dissatisfied, during the time when Heavenly Father was not in heaven, the four archangels acted on behalf of the gods. Power makes people corrupt, and angels are no exception. I look forward to the day when the Son of Heaven will go to heaven. Going to heaven, 1/3 of the angels refused to accept it, rebelled under the leadership of a certain archangel, and were finally thrown into hell. It's a very familiar plot, I seem to have heard it somewhere. Omega WK Lambda NO. Wayne looked down at Senna and said speechlessly, "Say less. If such a thing really happens, blame me. I haven't stopped your crow's mouth." Wayne said this, thinking that it was indeed possible, add one for the forced conversation with the Archangel Heshino, and went back to confront her to ask what the configuration of heaven was. For example, does the kingdom of heaven now have a deputy in name only? Without the devils and mechanical weapons in Prussia, the church's work will be much easier. When I finish cleaning up the mess and kill all the disobedient guys. Senna looked at Anastasia beside her and secretly said, "I'm going to visit Windsor in the name of the Pope. I hope His Highness the Prince will receive her personally." "That's fine, I just want His Holiness the Pope to give my teacher a pinch." "She has been unhappy with you for a long time," Wayne said happily. "The merits of this trip are complete, it's time to return to London to recharge."